$1,000 Grade 2 Carl Milstein Memorial. And what a field that we have assembled. And by we, I mean Dave Bianconi. He's done a really, really good job of putting this field together. I am 5 deep in this race. This is a really wide open affair. I went to the 2, 4, 5, 6, and 9. I think Twisted Destiny off of that effort in the Adios. I mean, just absolutely torched. Got a little bit tired there towards the end. Unfortunately, he was parked for a majority of that first quarter to a 26-second first quarter. You know, he was all out in the stretch, just lost by a neck, did not embarrass himself by any means to Prince Hal Hanover in Swingtown. I think Twisted Destiny is definitely a strong player at the Carl Milstein Memorial, but there are several players in here.
I think it's going to make for a wide open race and a wide open betting board as well. So if you can find if you have a strong opinion and you're going to get a good price, I think that's when you have to go to the window and those wins and exacta pools. I'm going to use just 4 horses. I almost used 5, but I'm going to stick with the 4 horses that I used: 2, 4, 6, and 9. Maybe I'm a little biased with Smooth Dream because I've seen him in person battle, but he's just got that grit and determination to get the job done. You know, he's been back and forth with Manolette a couple of times. He doesn't want to lose, and I love seeing that in a horse. He always has strong pace through the wire. I'm going to use him as my top choice. Swingtown, he's been super sharp as well. Just missed in the Adios final after winning an elimination. Prince Hal Hanover, of course, he was the Adios final winner, and Twisted Destiny from the back tier.
You know, I got a little bit of Smooth Dream in me as well. I like Smooth Dream a lot here tonight. Fast Choice should be good. What a story it would be. I talked to the Bacos this week. What an incredible story Fast Choice has been. They rehabbed this horse after chipping some bones after his 2-year-old season. They rehabbed him in their backyard of all places. So what a opportunity for the Bacos. You've got Giovanni Hernandez, who you've seen before with odds on Wildfire. He picks up Tim Tetrick, was second on Hambletonian Day in the final race. So what an exciting event race number 12 is going to be. So that first pick 4 kicks off in race number 9. It is the $25,000 estimated pick 4. I'm going to go 3-5 with 2, 3, 9 with 3 with 2, 4, 5, 6, and 9. It is a $30 play.
Oh gosh, now you threw me off guard. I don't know how much money I spent. I'll go 5 with 2, 5 with 1, 2, 9 with 2, 4, 6, 9 for a $24
We just saw some connections of Smooth Dream and Fast Choice step out here. They're headed upstairs now to enjoy a great buffet that we've got going on upstairs here this evening. Race number 13 is a Philly American Condition event. And, you know, these condition races I thought were some of the tougher races on the program. I am 3 deep to the 1, the 5, and the 6. Vendetta, Blue Chip, Joyful Lady, and Think of the Galaxies, who was at the Courageous Lady here as a 3-year-old. Now enters the Bard of Trader Corey Kreiser, has been there for a couple of starts, was 3rd in the Signature Series, and 2nd against non-winners at 6,500.
I'm just going to use 2 horses. Oh, well, first I have a question. Are you using all 5 to open up the late pick 4?
I am.
Okay,
Yeah.
I'm going to use the same. I'm going to use all 4. I'm just going to use the 6 and 7. Think of Galaxies with the nice spindle pack post and Indiana's Quest. Back to Ronnie Wren tonight after a 3rd place finish in that non-winners at 5,000 level. I just think he gets along with her, and I think that she'll be up for a big effort tonight.
All right, race number 14, another Ohio Sire Stakes. This one for the 2-year-old Colts and Geldings. It's the 3rd leg, 3rd division, and I'm really struggled with this race. I felt like you either had to single odds on Sugar, or you had to go multiple horses in here. For my sake, since I went 5 deep in the Milstein, I singled odds on Sugar from post 7. Picks up the services of Dexter Dunn for trainer Virgil Morgan Jr. How about that effort last time out? Made a break before the start. Made up so much ground, still finished 2nd, only beaten 4 1/4 lengths. Came home in 27 and 3. Definitely a solid player and could be a factor here tonight if the Colt down by the seaside minds his manners.
I'm going to use 3 of them. I couldn't, I kept finding myself going back to a couple of other horses. There wasn't enough for me to single odds on Sugar, so I'm also going to use the 2 and the 3. Both horses I think are coming into the race well. I think odds on Sugar is the one to beat. I'm hoping he can mind his manners behind the gate.
All right, race number 15 is the 3-year-old Filly Trotters, 4th leg, 2nd division. I am 2 deep in this race to the 1 Mega Money, the 3 Brink Street for trainer Ron Burke. Chris Beaver trains the 1. You know, Mega Money is going to take a lot of money, excuse the pun, in this race. Aaron Merriman picks up the drive. They draw the rail. Did race at the Courier at Ives Grand Circuit event out at the Meadows and was 2nd, only beaten a half a length to Delray Boulevard. This is a solid player in here, but there's several in here that could win, including Strawberry Hill, I'd be remiss if I didn't mention that one for some of my favorite connections.
I'm going to use the 1 and the 2. Dream Something, I think, is going to be in a good spot here tonight. It does have just those 2 wins back in the middle of May, but I think that she is rounding into some nice form, good post. I think Mega Money is going to take more money than we're, maybe hoping for to get some sort of price just because of that trouble trip last time out from an outside post. Now gets the rail. So I think that there's a lot of things going to be leaning towards her taking plenty of action on the tote board, but my budget only allowed for me to use the 1 and the 2 in here, and I think I still spent too much money on a pick 4.
All right, I am 2, 4, 5, 6, 9 with the 1, 5, 6 with the 7 with the 1, 3. It is a $30 play.
I'm going to spend $48 in this late pick 4. 2, 4, 6, 9 with 6, 7 with 2, 3, 7 with 1, 2 to end it.
I got to tell you, it is a fan-fared event. The crowd is pouring into MGM Northfield Park. We got lots going on. Make sure you sign up for the promotions that we have going on here this evening. We will have prize drawings throughout the evening. You can sign up by the program stand. We do have the buffet upstairs, Summerfest Grill going on.
And the popcorn.
And the popcorn. We can't forget our friends at the popcorn tent. So got lots going on. And this trophy right here is up for grabs. The $300,000 Carl Milstein Memorial is tonight. Kenny Living Good standing by with scratches and changes, and Jess Otten will get Dave Bianconi, who you get to talk to on the Little Brown Jug broadcast in Delaware.
Usually he's interviewing me. Now I'm going to interview him with all the hard questions.
And we didn't prepare him with any questions, so you can ask him anything. Just make sure you ask him some of the tough ones.
All right, I will.
All right, Kenny Living Good standing by with scratches and changes.
Welcome back to MGM Northfield Park. We are 14 minutes to the opener on the 12th Carl Milstein Memorial Racing Program. $300,000 on the line. Here are the scratches and changes on this racing card. Start in the opener, number 5, Gashu Zhang. The driver will be Austin Henners. Into the 7th race. Scratch number 8, Girl from Rosedale. Sick. Race 7, scratch the 8, Girl from Rosedale. 13th race. Driver change of the 3. She's One Bad Mama. Make the driver Dexter Dunn. And in the finale, race 16, scratch the 8, Windy Cindy Sick. Those are the scratches and changes on this Carl Milstein Memorial card. The track is fast, temperatures in the mid-80s, beautiful night for live racing, and we're 13 minutes away from getting started with a stakes-packed program. Don't forget, have some great promotions going on. Start drawing winners at 6 o'clock, so fill out those yellow sheets, get your name in the bin, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. So 5 different chances to wager. Popcorn stand, as well as the Summerfest Grill is open. And great betting opportunities. $25,000 estimated pick 4 begins in the 9th. And a late pick 4 in the 12th. So slightly abbreviated and altered wagering menu. So take extra note of that. We're 12 minutes to race 1. Best of luck here at MGM Northfield Park.
Happy Carl Milstein Memorial Nights and plenty of other action on tap tonight. Ohio Sire Stakes, a couple of invitational trots and paces as well. I'm happy to be joined by Dave Banconi, the guy who's behind all of this with the invitationals and, of course, the draws with the Ohio Sire Stakes first and foremost. How you doing?
I mean, exciting night. We race, 200 and some nights a year. There's a lot of meat and potatoes,
Right.
claimers, and conditioned horses. But tonight is our night. We're giving away over $1 million in purses, 12 big stakes races, including the Milstein, which is kind of our signature event. So exciting night.
Lots of wagering opportunities, lots of promotions and food as well. So just a little bit of everything for everyone.
Yeah, clubhouse is open, which isn't always a thing either, but I see that they have a good crowd up there. So yeah, it's the night to be here. If you come all year, you don't want to miss Milstein night.
No, you definitely don't. And like Mike Carter said, the people are starting to come on through the doors, and we got plenty of action all night long. So first and foremost, let's start with the Tom Aldridge President's Trot. You just told me a little fun fact before we came on the camera.
Tom Aldridge, of course, was general manager here for years and years. He just got inducted into the Harness Racing Hall of Fame, well deserved. Tom Aldridge hired me in 1991.
At the age of 7.
I was 7 years old. No, I'm just kidding. Fresh out of college, he hired me in 1991, so I owe him a lot, and been here ever since.
It's pretty cool to get to put together a race, in his name.
Yes, and the funny part is, Jess, he doesn't like trots. He never wanted to have trots on Saturday night. He used to get on Greg Keitel, the old race secretary. No more trots.
No more trots.
So we named a trot in his honor, kind of as a jab.
So with all of these being invite races, we'll start with the trot. When do you kind of start looking to see who you're going to bring? There's a lot of horses that are right here home, at Orchard Park.
I know a lot goes into it. I like having our big races as invitationals because I can get full fields.
Right.
And I don't have to worry about this horse isn't staked or this horse is staked.
Right.
So that's the downside is a lot of people get upset if they don't get invited. So I try to be as diplomatic as I can, but I want the 9 best horses. So I start, several months in advance, and I usually leave a spot or 2 open all the way to the end to try to get a couple hot horses in.
With that being said, we've got a full field with that one. We have a full field for the President's Pace as well, and another one where a lot of Ohio horses have been racing extremely sharp, and I think that's going to be a good race.
Yeah, now we've had in these races before big favorites because It's Academic was in the trot,
Right.
By the Missile was in the pace before, Charlie May was in the pace before. This year, they're really good horses, but it's a lot more wide open. There's no real big Grand Circuit horse. I guess Duncan has won Grand Circuit races, but there's no prohibitive favorite in either the Ohio Trot or the Ohio Pace.
All right, so moving on to the Milstein. This is a perfect point of, you said, not being staked. Smooth Dream, perfect record in his 3-year-old season, not staked to a whole lot. And he's probably, if not the sharpest horse in the country, one of the.
That's my favorite part about the Milstein is you get to have some horses that are under the radar that aren't staked. There was a horse last year, his name was Sabonis. You might be
he just
familiar
won the
with
damn
him.
patch last night.
Right. It was like, who's this horse from Indiana? Well, now he won not only the Milstein last year, but he won the graduate final. And last night, you were there covering it for Fox. He won the Dan Patch at Hoosier.
Yeah, and you get a little bit of everything, too. You've got a horse shipping in from the Delaware circuit, Primo Maschia. So I think that's always interesting, to kind of get the small-town guys involved.
Yeah, I've had horses from Minnesota, Iowa,
Yeah.
Maryland. I mean, the Iowa horse actually finished 3rd one year. So, but, it's a huge step up in class. It's sort of a Cinderella story, but it's kind of a cool thing. And now he's drawing the rail. So I'm sure this young guy, Trey Porter, he's 24.
Yeah.
I mean, there's got to be some nerves and adrenaline going right there.
I bet he's really excited too, and it leaves room too to kind of showcase some of the Ohio breds as well. We've got Rick Wink in Swingtown.
Yeah, and also Extra Suds.
Yeah.
There used to be, I tried to get one Ohio bred in the race as kind of a filler. Now the Ohio breds are some of the main shooters in the race. I mean, By the Missile won it.
Right.
So, what a renaissance Ohio breeding has had over the last decade. You know.
And it also goes to show too, they can do and hold their own and be successful on the big stages in those bigger Grand Circuit races as well.
Exactly. You see them now. People buy Ohio breds; they never even race in Ohio.
No.
They just go strictly Grand Circuit.
Right.
So, again, the last 10 years have been a complete turnaround and upswing for Ohio breeding.
What are you looking forward to the most tonight?
I like a big crowd
Yeah.
and a crowd in the clubhouse. I was here when it was every Saturday night was packed and you had to have a reservation to tip the maitre d' to get in the clubhouse. Now I'm aging myself a little bit. So I love to have a big on-track crowd. I mean, we handle a lot of money off-track, but a lot of nights you're kind of here we handle over $1 million, but you're here by yourself.
Right.
Tonight we'll have a nice crowd, beautiful weather. So, big races. This is what it's all about.
It definitely is. Beautiful weather, plenty for just about anybody. We've got lots of promotions, lots of great wagering opportunities, and lots of great races on tap.
The horses making their way to the track for tonight's first race. Getting started right away into the stakes action. $65,000 on the line for 2-year-old freshman fillies. Pacers go for $65,000. Third leg, first division for the Sire Stakes. One Zoom call. Dan Noble driving for Steve Carter. Owners Mossbarger, Hutchinson Harness, Hopper, and SCP Stables. The 2 is Rose Run Bella. Aaron Merriman aboard for Herman Hagerman. Hagerman Racing and Martin Yoder, the co-owners. 3, Hold On Tight. Brett Miller driving for Sandra Hennessy. She goes with Paula Sugars. 4, Shikari, Chris Page up for Ron Burke, Burke Racing Stable. Louis Buscemi, Phil Colora in the Zip It Racing Stables. Goshu Zhang is the 5. Amy Hawk owns. Austin Hanna's driving for Ron Burke. 6, Rose Run Bristol. Kane Kaufman up for Mike Roth. Owners Rufinecht, Roth, and Miller. And the 7 is the Scalacci Stables. John Manning, Sam Bova Racing, and Howard Burks. Beach Babe Hanover. Chris Lems will do the steering for Sam Scalacci. That's the field here for the opener. First Division Ohio Sire Stakes. Exacta Trifecta Early Daily Double 20 cents Super High 5. I landed on the 3 Hold On Tight here. I thought this horse with the broken equipment at Northfield going to draw a little bit of a line through that and chalk that up to an excuse there. And then she came back and was 4th in a strong race in 52-4. I thought she's been continuing to get better. Now you get Brett Miller, and I'm hoping that she can build off of those miles. She improved last week. She has to take another step forward, I think, to beat Shikari, but I'm going to hope she can turn the tables here with just her 5th lifetime start over Shikari, who's really done nothing wrong. Does have the break here at Northfield, which is a little concerning. I don't like a horse that her only try and a half miles she did break. So she's backed it up with nice efforts at Scioto, but I thought if there was an excuse to take against a big favorite like Shikari, who could be 2-5 or 3-5 in here, why not try a horse inside of her? I'll use Shikari second, certainly respect her talent. And for third, the 1 Zoom call. Improved on Lasix in the State Fair to finish second. She's 0-5, but she's got the benefit of the rail and second start on Lasix. I'm at 3-4-1-7 to kick off the Saturday card. Best of luck. Here's our 6 o'clock prize drawing winners. If you hear your name, head over to the program stand. Joan Iacano, Parma. Dennis Klebeck, Bedford. Sherry Bradenbaugh, Brunswick. Wendell Bennick, Brook Park. Jack Froelich, Broadview Heights. Johnny Cano, Dennis Klebeck, Sherry Bradenbaugh, Wendell Bennick and Jack Froelich head over to the program stand for the 6 o'clock prize drawing. The starter is called the horses for the first of 16 times on this Saturday night. Here they come. Often pacing on Carl Milstein Memorial Night with Hold On Tight getting the first call and heading out to the early lead. Shikari drifts out a touch on the opening turn. Meanwhile, at the inside is Zoom Call. They head toward the backstretch. Rose Run Bella comes out racing in fourth. Goshu Zhang comes out racing fifth. Beach Babe Hanover in front of slow starting Rose Run Bristol. So the freshman filly pacers point to the opening panel, and Shikari is hammered at 1-9 on the board as she tries to clear Hold On Tight, who will pocket up for Brett Miller, and they drive past an opening panel in 28-1. Shikari, the daughter of Summa Cum Laude, to the top. Hold On Tight is second. Zoom Call third. For Noble, only 3 off the leaders. Rose Run Bella mid-flight fourth. Gashu Zhang is back in fifth. Beach Babe Hanover second last. And Rose Run Bristol is last of the single file field with 5/8 of a mile left to go in the Saturday opener. It's Shikari dictating the pace for Page on top here. Looking for back-to-back scores leading down to the half. Hold On Tight. 2-hole riding. Zoom Call. Patient third for Noble. They're halfway home in 58-2. 30-1 for the big favorite in quarter two, as Rose Run Bella continues to be fourth. Goshu Zhang is fifth. Beach Babe Hanover just lost sixth. The Rose Run Bristol on the rim. There's 3/8 of a mile left to go. Shikari traveling kindly at this stage. She's 2 lengths to the good. Hold On Tight is second. Zoom Call is third, as now Page starts to go to work on this favorite as they sprint across the backstretch. Shikari letting it out. Zoom Call trying to mount a challenge outside of Hold On Tight, then Rose Run Bella and Goshu Zhang. They're past 3/4 and a pumped up 126 and 2, 28 backside for this big favorite Shikari around the final turn. Shikari leads the way. Zoom Call trying to gut it out up on the outside. Hold On Tight's retreating. Goshu Zhang trying to rev it up 3 deep. Rose Run Bella between as they come to the top of the lane. Shikari, the one to knock off. She's done all the dirty work and she's got 2 to play with, and they're not going to reach Shikari. Much the best in the opener at 1-9. She'll deliver under Chris Page tight lines. Zoom Call second. Goshu Zhang was third. Beach Babe Hanover's up fourth in 155. Four 1-5-7-2 unofficial. Back here to the winners are the 4 Shikari, on with the Burke Racing Stable, Weaver Buscemi, Phil Colora, and Zip It Racing Stables. Ron Burke, the winning trainer. Chris Page, the winning steer. She is a 2-year-old bay filly by Summa Cum Laude out of the Rockin' Image mare, Rockin' Racer. A homebred for the Burke Racing, Weaver Buscemi, and Colora. 3rd lifetime win. She's a back-to-back winner of the Sire Stakes in 155. Standing by in the winner's circle, Michael Carter with winning driver Chris Page. Exacta $4.40, trifecta $24.40, the high five $33.50. Apologize for some technical difficulties. Get those ironed out for the remainder of the card. Top Down Zoom Call was second. Rose Run Bella was fifth. Hold On Tight was seventh. Shikari was the race winner. Gashu Zhang was third. Rose Run Bristol was sixth. And Beach Babe Hanover was fourth. Rechecking the top down. 2571364. Race number 2 is next. Ohio Sire Stakes for 3-year-old filly trotters. 3 minutes. Trotters made their way out to the track for tonight's second race. Started the early pick 4. One Mocha Hill, Burke Racing, Stable Hatfield Stables, Weaver Buscemi, and Knox Services, the co-owners. Ron Burke trains, Chris Page will do the driving. 2 Pelican Hanover, Kurt Zugup for Miles Wollum, Cool Cat Racing, and Bob Troyer. Odette Lorenzen owns and trains the 3 in the end, Dan Noble drives. 4 Jailhouse Pearl, Austin Henner's up for Eric Nesselrode and Casey Clemens. To Joyce McClellan, Stables in at the 5, Aunt Laura. Brett Miller driving for Virgil Morgan Jr. And the 6, Triumph Over You, Chris Beaver, Bill Maines, Leo Fleming, and Steven Ziendel are the co-owners. Chris Beaver conditions, Aaron Merriman in the sulky. Back over in race number 1, took a shot against the big favorite at 1-9, but she was too good. Chris Page, Ron Burke team up for race number 1. And they do hold a pretty strong hand here from the rail, potentially, but I went to the 3 of In the End for Annette Lorenzen and Dan Nobles. Only missed the board 1 try this season, including 5 victories. Most recently was second in the state fair behind Jailhouse Pearl, but this one did all the work on the front. 56 1/2, 24-4. I thought she had a reason to tire a smidge late, and she was very sharp before that. She's got speed. She'll be able to get to the front pretty effortlessly here. Only has to get over 2, and I'm looking for her to take this field all the way. For second, I used the 4 Jailhouse Pearl. I thought that race was fast at Scioto, and she's been here to Northfield before and was a winner in the Sire Stakes back on June 7th on Battle Night. So Jailhouse Pearl, no stranger to getting it done here. And for third, I'll use the 2 Pelican Hanover. She's had some post troubles, post 7 the last couple of weeks, so she should be coming with a much better trip tonight from post 2. But it's a horse that's probably going to have to come from first up potentially, so I put her underneath. I'll go 3, 4, 2, 5. We'll send it down to Jess Ott and Michael Carter. Take a further look at this early pick 4.
Thanks so much, Kenny and Jess. We got to see a little bit of summa cum laude in race number 1, finishing first, second, and third. The sister of champion Lou Print taking the opener.
I've not heard one bad thing about the summa cum laudes. Of course, this is his first crop ever, and here in Ohio. But even training down, I always like to talk to the trainers about what they got, how they're doing, and how they're training down. And I never heard one bad word about any of the summa cum laudes. They look very nice out there, and have definitely put a nice stamp on the Ohio racing.
All right, the pick 4, the first of 3 pick 4 starts here in race number 2. It's the Ohio Sire Stakes for 3-year-old filly trotters, fourth leg, first division. And I am 5 deep in here. Of course, I did not use the 6, and the 6 will probably sneak up and win the race if that happens with Triumph Over You. But top pick it here for me goes to the 2 Pelican Hanover. I was talking to Kevin Plaucha a little bit earlier this week. I really like the daughter of Uncle Peter. If you watch the replay of the Ohio State Fair, this is a very versatile filly. She just had too much to do, had to flush out cover. Just the trip just didn't really work out for her. I think Pelican Hanover, currently at 6-1, is the play in here.
I'm definitely getting a nice price on her. I use her in my business underneath, but I'm only going to use the 2 horses to open up in the first pick 4. This evening. I'm going to use the 1 and the 3. The 3 being my top choice in the end. The Annette Lorenzen barn has been hot in the state of Ohio, and that goes for this filly. This is a daughter of Lion, a hunter, a homebred for the connections. 5 wins from 8 starts so far this season, and she can do it either way either. It looks like she's got obviously plenty of early gate speed. You've seen that at Scioto last time out from post 8. She just got gunned down there at the end of it by the wire, but she's plenty versatile. I think she can do it from off the pace. I think she can do it on the front end. She's proven to do it on the front end. She gets a good post to work with, and 2-1 second choice right now.
All right, race number 3. I am 5 deep once again, and this is the first condition race of the evening. We talked a little bit on the pregame show about these condition races and just how tough some of them were. And I am going to go to the 1, 2, 5, 6, and 9. Top pick it here is the 9, Fear of Moonlight, dropping down in class here for trader Keith Cash Jr. Was second against non-winners at 3,500 back at the end of June.
Yeah, typically in a race like this where there's not a whole lot to fall in love with on the program page, I try and use as many numbers as possible, and I ended up only using 2 in here. And I'm going to use the same one. Fear of Moonlight from post 9, back-to-back post 8 efforts. Thought the 1-2 back where she closed nicely was nice. That line really stuck out to me when she finished 5th, but when she was down at this level before, she raced very well. And I'm also going to use the 6, Princess Rocket.
All right, race number 4 is the third leg of that pick four. It's the Ohio Sire Stakes for 3-year-old colt and gelding trotters. It is the first division. The 4 along highway is my top pick, but you get to see LT Loverboy. It was great to see Darren Harvey ship over to the Meadowlands and race in the Tompkins gears, and not only race there, but did very well. Was thoroughly beaten 3/4 of a length.
Yeah, it was a nice effort. Sometimes, you typically talk about watching horses go from track to track, and a lot of times you see some of these younger horses need to start over the Meadowlands surface, and I thought it was a game effort. Go Ahead Make My Day was on the trail to head to the Hamiltonian. He didn't end up making the final, but he was on his game that lane. I thought LT Loverboy definitely held his own there, and I'm going to use them in this pick four. I'll use 1, 3, and 5 in leg 3.
All right, race number 5 closes out the pick four. It's the Ohio Sire Stakes for 2-year-old filly pacers. It is the second division. We'll go to the 3. She's a fire woman. This is a single for me in here. Luke Hatters is back aboard, has 4 wins in 5 starts, has not missed the board yet, and has a mark of 151-4 at Scioto.
Well, either great minds think alike or misery loves company, because I'm singling She's a Fire woman as well. This is a daughter of Catch the Fire, extremely sharp. Looks like she's got plenty of early speed to get her forwardly placed off of the gate. We have seen her close a time or two as well, but I think her game efforts do come when she can be close to the action.
All right, those are our pick 4 selections. Race number 2 is coming up next. It's the 3-year-old filly trotters, 4th leg, first division. And just as we take a look at the betting board, the 2 favorites right now are the 3 in the end, the 5 at 8-5, Aunt Laura. The question I had about Aunt Laura is, what do you do with this filly? She made 2 odd breaks. She came back at the state fair, finished second, just beat a neck, but she shipped down to Scioto and Lexington. You think the bigger track would have benefited Aunt Laura. Unfortunately, it didn't do her any favors.
Probably something that just bothering her. So you get these young horses that just get a problem or two. You have to go to the drawing board and figure it out. Obviously, that's what trainer Virgil Morgan did. She had an outside post down at Scioto in that state fair, post 7. Did all the heavy lifting on the front end before getting gunned down late in the mile by Mocha Hill. And I liked that bounce back effort. Now, if it was coming into a race with those back-to-back breaks, I would be a little leery. But I think that she raced very well down at Scioto, and she took plenty of action on the tote board as well.
All right, race number 2, the Ohio Sire Stakes for 3-year-old filly trotters is coming up next.
Field of 6 head behind the wings for race 2. Here they come. They're off and trotting. In the end begins well. There goes Aunt Laura put into play. Mocha Hill down toward the inside around the opening turn. Pelican Hanover is away in early fourth. Then comes Jailhouse Pearl, and at the back of the field and now galloping is Triumph Over You goes on a break as they enter the back stretch. And it's the 2-year-old champion, Aunt Laura, to the top here. Aunt Laura leads the way. In the end is back into the pocket, and it looks like Dan Noble is content with that trip for now as they head up to the opening quarter in 27-3. Sophomore trotters into the far turn for the first time. Mocha Hill is third, about 3 lengths behind. Pelican Hanover trots next and in line. Then comes Jailhouse Pearl, and the distant trailer after the break is Triumph Over You. 3/8 of a mile complete, and it's Aunt Laura showing the way. Aunt Laura on top, the lead a length and a quarter from In the End. Who's second? Mocha Hill in line third. Pelican Hanover continues to be reserved in fourth, now ready to move to the outside as Jailhouse Pearl is going to push her off the rail as they go to the half in 57-3. They back it down. Half minute and quarter two from Aunt Laura, who puts up the numbers. In the End second, and she'll enjoy a very nice trip as Pelican Hanover will lock her in first up. Jailhouse Pearl trying to work second. Over at the inside is Mocha Hill. This quintet just separated by 3 lengths as they trot to the back stretch, and Aunt Laura gets pressure now from Pelican Hanover. They're on even terms. In the End is the favorite and locked in the box there for Noble. Jailhouse Pearl slightly gapped off cover. Then Mocha Hill. Up the backside they go. Aunt Laura trying to repel Pelican Hanover. 3/4, 126. In the End, just chomping at the bit there from the pocket. Then Jailhouse Pearl is set to roll 3 deep for Hanners. Mocha Hill right there too. She's only 3 lengths behind, but behind a wall. They come to the top of the lane. Aunt Laura on the lead. Pelican Hanover's had a tough first over grind. Jailhouse Pearl fans 3 wide. In the End will try her luck into the passing lane. They turn for home. In the End trying to slip through the side door, and she does just that. Loaded in trot for In the End over Aunt Laura, and Mocha Hill's up third, 155-1. Returning back here to the winner's circle, the 3 In the End. Owned and trained by Annette Lorenzen. Dan Noble, the winning drive. Homebred for Annette. 3 Bay Filly by Lion Hunter out of the Enjoy Levesque mare, Guilt Free. 7th lifetime win, 6th this season, 155-1. 3-5-1-2 is official. We'll send it down to the winner's circle. Jess Otten standing by with winning driver Dan Noble, who drives Paris's Dragon in the Myron Charna President's Pace.
in the end captures the division of the Sire Stakes. Dan Noble, winning driver. In the end, she's been a solid horse all season, Danny.
Yeah, she's been really a pleasure to drive, very honest, and been able to be in the right spots.
Perfect pocket trip. Couldn't have worked out any better. You obviously had to feel confident coming up that passing lane.
Yeah, I was very confident there coming off last turn. I had a lot of trot.
Talk to us a little bit about Paris's Dragon coming up later on the card tonight.
I don't know. I'm not sure about that, but right now the horse is coming into the race in good form, and I just hope everything works out.
Nice job. Best luck the rest of the way.
Thank you.
In the end, gets the job done. Ohio Sire Stakes action. Back to you, Kenny.
Exacta 25.80, trifecta 76.40, early double $6.20. Top down to the second, Mocha Hill was third. Pelican Hanover was fourth. In the end was the race winner. Jailhouse Pearl fifth, and Laura second. Triumph over You sixth. 3-4-1, 5-2-6. Flip over to race number 3, Filly and Mare Pacers. It's a field of 9. They'll be on the track momentarily. On track for the third one, Rockadella. Lawrence Angelo Jr., the owner. Nathan Alexander trains. Chris Lems drives. 2, note there is a single claim for number 2. She Comes and Goes. John Sioka Jr. driving for Jessica Milner. Cones with Andrew Koblenz. 3 is the Dragon Queen. Chris Page up for Kent Sherman and John DeSantis. 4, Sea Rose. Tyler Smith driving for Shane Webb. Papia, Webb, and Webb, the co-owners. The 5, Silly But Serious. Burt Paddock and Kyle Hupferone. Robert Taylor Conditions. Dan Noble in the sulky. 6, Princess Rockhead, owned by Ronald Simon, streamed by Will Johnson. Aaron Merriman up. 7, Lazin' on the Beach. Braden Rhodes driving for Todd Smith in the PT stable. Grace Wright and Gary Johnston co-own the 8, Saucy Dancer. Justin Irvine in tow for Gary Johnston. And the 9 is Fear of Moonlight. Keith Cash Jr. drives and trains for Trish Salisbury. It's the field for the third. Back over in race number 2. My top choice in the end does pick up the victory in the end, ironically. Sitting a nice pocket trip. As we roll here to the third, I'm going to the 5, Silly But Serious. This horse that's done some nice things at Northfield in the past, and I like the driver change here to Dan Nolan. Hoping he can wake her back up, because about a month ago, this horse would have races that are good enough. So I'm going to try Silly But Serious on top. Over the 9, Fear of Moonlight. Has been stuck with post 8 the last 2 weeks, so finally gets the draw a little bit better inside. And it's a class drop down in hours of 3,500, where this one was a winner and second, 5 and 6 back. And for third, I'll use the 6, Princess Rockette. You get Merriman on the slight class drop. This horse moved to the outside last week, 3 wide move, flattened out, but faces a softer field. I'll go 5, 9, 6, 3. Best of luck, race 3. The field heading behind the gate for tonight's third race. Here they come. They're off and pacing. She comes and goes. Gets the first call. The Dragon Queen showing speed. C Rose leaves. Princess Rockette is floating out for forward position there for Merriman. Right now is an early fourth. Racing outside of Rockadello's at the cones with Fear of Moonlight from the second tier next. Silly But Serious is third last. Lazing on the beach and Saucy Dancer at the back of affairs. On to the backstretch, driving to the opening panel and trying to brush to the front is Princess Rockette here for Merriman. Trying to get to the lead as C Rose just cleared it as they go past the opening panel in a snappy 26-3. The girls are geared up to go here as Princess Rockette moves to the front. She takes over from C Rose. She'll settle up from the pocket. She comes and goes as third. The Dragon Queen is fourth underway. From seventh is Silly But Serious. She's first up right now, hasn't gotten any help yet. At the cones is Rockadella behind the Dragon Queen. Fear of Moonlight ended up getting blind switched and working now second over on the back, or third over, as pulling as she comes and goes with Silly But Serious in that second over spot. Third over now, Fear of Moonlight outside of Rockadella. At the backer, Lazing on the Beach, who gets into the flow, and Saucy Dancer. They've gone quick up front. 55-1 was the half-mile speed. It's set by Merriman and Princess Rockette, a length and a quarter to the good, as he starts to work on her with 3/8 to go. She comes and goes, ratcheting up things first over here. Silly But Serious moving into contention, 3 wide for Noble. At the inside is C Rose. Fear of Moonlight continues to work in the flow. The Dragon Queen trying to squeeze off the rail there for Page, and he did get into the two path. Out wide, Lazing on the Beach. Rockadella shuffled all the way back to 8th. Saucy Dancer the trailer. 3/4, 124-4. Silly But Serious strikes the lead outside the 3/4 pole. Lazing on the Beach comes alive 4 wide, and she takes over command with 1/8 of a mile left to go with a big burst of speed. It's Lazing on the Beach to the front. Silly But Serious back to second. Princess Rockette throws up the white flag. Fear of Moonlight's into third, but Lazing on the Beach is a 24-1 winner. Lazing on the Beach, what a performance over Silly But Serious and Fear of Moonlight, 154-4. Back to the winner's circle, the 7, Lazing on the Beach, on the PT stable, trained by Todd Smith. Braden Rhodes, the winning drive. 5-year-old bay mare by Lazarus out of the Some Beach Somewhere. Mare 1 for the Beach. Bred by Concord Stud Farm and Christina Tactor of New Jersey. 19th lifetime score, 5th this season. 154 and a 4. The result is official, 7-5-9-3. Exacta $442, trifecta $3,271, and the superfecta $2,472.72. Top down, Rockadella was 9th. She Comes and Goes was 8th. The Dragon Queen 4th. Sea Rose 6th. Silly But Serious 2nd. Princess Rockette 7th. Blazing on the Beach, the winner. Saucy Dancer 5th. Fear of Moonlight 3rd. 984 627 153. Note there was that single claim for the 2 She Comes and Goes. Owner Todd's Auto and trainer Corey Kreiser. 4th race is next. Ohio Sire Stakes, start of a pick 3. It's in 3 minutes.
Welcome back to the studio set. We're in Studio B down here on the apron at MGM Northfield Park. Michael Carter joined by a very special guest, Kevin Plaucha. And Kevin is going to be one of our newest team members here at Northfield Park. We'll touch on that a little bit. But Kevin, you're up from the Meadows with your parents, and you said you've been here to Northfield Park a few times, but you've been doing some handicapping out at the Meadows.
Yeah, handicapping, I guess call myself a TV personality, and I'm not even sure, people say I'm a special guest on these roundtables that I do and now on TV. I don't know if I've qualified to be in the special guest category yet, but yeah, here we are. Michael, I'm very excited to get to work here at Northfield. It's just a beautiful place and a great night of racing.
All right, Kevin. Well, we'll talk a little bit, maybe a little bit later on about what you'll be doing here. But I want to get your handicapping knowledge. You did a lot of handicapping at the Meadows on Adios Day. We've got just a few minutes here before this upcoming next race. And the Tom Aldrich President's Trot for $100,000. A very nice field of trotters. Who did you like in here?
Well, I mean, it's a very classy field and a full field of 9 here. Look, I think at Northfield, the tendency is to stick inside, and that's what I'm going to do. Refine gets Dexter Dunn back on, and her early gate speed, I think, is going to give her a lot of merit in here. And I think just Dexter Dunn in general gets a lot of respect whenever he shows up on these big days. Long shot, though, winning a winner of 4 in a row, including last time out at the Meadows in their open handicap. I think Chris Lems is a perfect pairing for this now 6-year-old Scott Cox trainee. So use him And then, look, Big Box Hanover. I know he's been racing at Plain Ridge and Saratoga in their opens, but doing good things. Watch out for him. I think he's going to be a major overlay at a price.
All right, let's skip over to the Carl Milstein Memorial, the Grade 2 $300,000 event. And this is a wide open field here. I like the 9 Twisted Destiny, but where did you kind of see things going?
I'm going to Swingtown. Look, this is kind of a dream for me because I open up the program, I look at it, and I go, oh, look, it's 4 of the top 5 from the Adios. So horses that I'm very familiar with. I'll try Swingtown, who was a winner in an excellent race between him and Rick Wink at Scioto. But 2 back in the Adios, he just missed behind Prince Hal Hanover. And I'm curious to see how Prince Hal Hanover fares on the half mile. But Twisted Destiny, definitely a horse to use. And Smooth Dream, I think a horse that could take some money, and coming off that 9-for-9 record this season, although I don't know how much work he's really done in those races at the Meadowlands, I think he's going to be tested here at potentially an underlaid price.
All right. Well, Kevin Plaucha, thanks so much for stopping by the studio set. Welcome to Ohio, and I hope you enjoy Carl Milstein Memorial Night. You and your folks are here. Hopefully you guys have a great night.
Michael, thank you so much.
Kenny Livingood, standing by with the post parade of this upcoming 4th race.
Here's our 7 o'clock prize drawing winners. Jay Allen of Cleveland, Larry Castle of Strongsville, Jeff Bradenbaugh, Brunswick, Nyadeth Langford of Medina, and Billy Davis of Akron. Jay Allen, Larry Castle, Jeff Bradenbaugh, Nyadeth Langford, and Billy Davis head to the program stand. Fourth race to the track. One, Vecna. Kane Kaufman drives and trains for Natalie Kaufman. 2, Wills Creek. Tyler Smith drives for Jeff Smith, TD Trott, and Trevor Smith. 3, LT Loverboy. Wayne Mass Jr. and Callum Racing. Trimmed Darren Harvey. And Brett Miller on the bike. Four is Long Highway, owned by Frank Chula. John Sugar, training driven by U-Beatty. 5, Battle Hill, Chris Slims driving for Matt Burkholder and William Hart. The 6, Rose Run Alex, Chris Page drives for Ron Burke, Burke Racing, Stable Hatfield Stables, Weaver Buscemi, and Knox Services. Back over in race number 3. My tough choice getting the hands of Dan Noble. Race 12, Silly But Serious, just got overhauled by Lazin on the Beach, who was just much the best as we flip to the 4th. I'm going to the 3, LT Loverboy. Source is the 2-year-old trotting champion. Came back this season. He's 3 for 7. He does have a break at Scioto, so that's a little concerning, but Brett did drive him. Hopefully it was just a one-off, and he'll get back to his best when LT Loverboy is right. I think he's the best in the field. I'm putting him on top over the 5, Battle Hill. Had a tough grind last start out at Scioto in that state fair race. Ended up 4th, getting beat half a length. Nearly made the lead, turning for home, but he was a 5th-place finish at Scioto in the Sire Stakes. But he's won here at Northfield twice, so I know he likes the half mile and can get over it pretty well. So I'm going to try him 2nd for that reason. And for 3rd, the 4, Long Highway. First start on Lasix, improved there, 54-3. Can be better tonight. 2nd start with Lasix and has a good major post relief than he's had. I'm at 3-5-4-1. Best of luck. behind the gate. Here they come. They're off and they are trotting. Long Highway and Battle Hill leave as a team. Vecna down toward the inside. Then it's Wills Creek. LT Loverboy just floating out right now. He's an early fourth as he tries to get in front of Wills Creek, and Rose Run Alex is at the back of the field. Here's Battle Hill asserting himself on the point. Battle Hill leads the way, and he's getting stepped off stride. Battle Hill jumps it off while going to the front. So Long Highway now assumes command, and Vecna's on the prowl. Looks like Kane Kaufman will decide to move him to the front, so the entire complexion of this one changes with the breaking Battle Hill, who settles up last now, and the quarter was 29-1. Vecna trying to move to the front for Kane Kaufman. Back into second, Long Highway. LT Loverboy is the race favorite. He's third. He's closed the gap down there. Only 3 off the leader. Now he's swinging to the outside. So here's Brett Miller with the champ LT Loverboy off the rail as they race down by us with just over 1 circuit to go. Gap of 5, Wills Creek gapped out badly there fourth. Then Rose Run Alex and Battle Hill. So the back marker struggling a touch as LT Loverboy and Vecna square off. 57-3. 28-2 in quarter 2. Vecna leads the way. LT Loverboy right to him on the outside, 3 parts of a length behind. Long Highway is third. He gets a front row seat to the action. Wills Creek gapped out fourth, 8 lengths off the leader. Battle Hill moves to the outside of Rose Run Alex. They enter the backstretch. The sophomore trotters go to 3/4. Vecna short lead. LT Loverboy continues to pour it on the outside. Long Highway 2.5 off them third. It's a long way back to the others. 3/4, 125-2. That's a 27-4 third panel. LT Loverboy taking it to Vecna. They continue to go stride for stride. Long Highway right there, third. A mile back to Battle Hill, who's into fourth. They come to the top of the lane. LT Loverboy trying to wear down a stubborn Vecna, and he does just that as he takes over command. Vecna's second, but the champ is back. LT Loverboy over Vecna and Long Highway, 154-2. Three, 1, 4, 5 unofficial. The judges are going to post the inquiry sign against the unofficial 4th place finish of the 5 Battle Hill. Possible violation of the braking rule. Hold all tickets. Returning back here to the winner's circle, number 3, LT Loverboy. Brett Miller, the winning drive for Darren Harvey. Owners Wayne Mash Jr. and Callum Racing. 3-year-old Big Ellie, my Long Tom, out of the Cantab Hallmare. For the love of Lindy, remember the Midland Acres of Ohio. 10th lifetime score and 4th this season. LT Loverboy, 154 and 2/5. No change to this order of finish, 3-1-4-5. And the result is now official, 3-1-4-5. Exacta 1060, trifecta 2340, superfecta $3.64. We'll send it downstairs. Michael Carter standing by with 5-time winning driver of the year, Dexter Dunn.
Thanks so much, Kenny. Dexter Dunn stopping by the set here at MGM Northfield Park. It's been a busy couple of days for you. It's been a busy few weeks between the Hambletonian Day last week. You were at Hoosier last night. Tonight you're here. And Sabonis last night. He won the Milstein last year, and boy, did he look razor sharp last night.
Yeah, no, you put in a big mile there last night, Mike. You know, didn't get an easy trip, and he did it the hard way, and you know, he showed his true class.
Now you're back here at MGM Northfield Park. You last won with Bettor's Wish here. Who could forget that? You bring back another Chris Ryder tradie here tonight, but let's rewind back to Bettor's Wish. You got some really good fractions that night, and Bettor's Wish was extra sharp over this racetrack.
Yeah, I think the fractions he got that night probably made it a boring race. It was pretty easy for him. Horse with that class, so it's good to be back and good to be part of the Milstein once again.
Now let's talk a little bit about Twisted Destiny. How about that adios? I went back and watched the replay about 1.5 million times. He was so big in that effort, especially after getting parked for a majority of the opening quarter. You had to really work to get to the lead, to the half in 53-3. He was razor sharp that day.
Yeah, he put in a massive mile that day in the adios. Like you said, the trip wasn't easy. Had no luck early. Got left out and had to work our way to the front on a hot half. So. He only got run past late, but he stuck in gamely, and this year he just doesn't seem to put a bad run in.
Yeah, he's really kind of come together this year after having 4 wins and 7 starts last year. You get the second here tonight. Does the draw worry you at all?
I mean, that's not ideal, but at the same time, probably better there than drawing 8 or 7 or 8 probably at this track. So, I'll tell you afterwards whether it's a good thing or not, really. But it is what it is. It's only a bad draw after the race.
Now, Dex, you've had several very busy weeks. How do you kind of keep your schedule together? How do you keep yourself in shape and kind of put together? I know when I'm staying busy, it's really tough to get the sleep and things like that. You guys are putting in a lot of miles this time of year.
Yeah, no, it is. It's that time of year, but I think we're getting to drive the good horses, which I love doing. So it puts a pep in your step, knowing you're going to wake up and head to a racetrack somewhere and sit behind quality animals. So. Like you said, it's a busy time of the year, but it's also a great time of the year.
Dex, thanks so much for taking time with us, and hopefully we'll be talking to you a little bit later on.
Hopefully. Thanks, Mike.
Dexter Dunn, the driver of Twisted Destiny at this year's Carl Milstein Memorial.
They're on track for the 5th Ohio Sire Stakes 2-year-old fillies. One rodeo dancer, Brett Miller, drives for Steve Bowder, and the Oompas Farm Incorporated with Robert Mondillo, the owners. 2, I'm a Beach Girl. Chris Lems drives for Sam Scalacci, Scalacci Stables, John Manning, and Sam Bova Racing. 3, She's a Firewoman. Harry Horowitz owns. Mark Winters trains. Luke Hanners in the sulky. The 4 is Sassy by the Sea. Dan Noble drives for Herman Hagerman, Hagerman Racing, and Charles Reeve, the owners. 5, Vanna by the River. Hour 3 Sun Stable. Myron Coaster and Kathy Gorby co-own. Jeff Nysonger trains. Austin Hanners driving. 6, Loudy Da. Chris Page drives for Ron Burke Racing, Weaver Buscemi, and Knox Services. And also for the Burke Racing Stable, Weaver Buscemi and Jack Piet III is the 7, Lil Keisha. Ronnie Wren Jr. driving for Ron Burke. It's the field here for the 5th. Back over in that 4th race, my top choice, LT Loverboy. Back to his best. Avenges that break at Scioto and picks up a victory here in the $65,000 Sire Stakes leg. We roll to the 5th. I'm going to the 3. She's a Firewoman. Tough to go against this 2-year-old. She's done nothing wrong in her career. She's a perfect, or rather not perfect, 4 for 5. Does have a second place finish at Scioto in a 2-year-old race. But the last 3, she's perfect in the Sire Stakes legs. 2 for 2. And she won a fair at Washington Courthouse. Nice impressive mile there. She can move to the front if she wants to get to the lead. I think she gets to the lead very effortlessly here. She's going to be a short price, but this is a horse I would be keying on. I'm going to put her on top. Over the 6, Loudy Da. Going to be tough potentially for her to get involved from post 6, but she's only made the 1 start. Does have a scratched lame. Came off of that and really rallied nicely to be 3rd at Scioto most recently. Now 2nd start off the scratched lame. I think she's going to improve off of that. Just 2nd start in her career. Figures to move forward. And you get Chris Page and Ron Burke at a square price right now at 17-1. And for 3rd, using the 1, Rodeo Dancer. Benefit of the rail here. Some post relief for this one. Has the inside. 3, 6, 1, 5. Best of luck. Race 5. Behind the gate. Here they come. They're off and they're pacing. Vanna by the river gets the first call and heads out looking for the early lead. Rodeo Dancer down toward the inside. I'm a Beach Girl is an early third. Next comes She's a Firewoman. She was away just okay in fourth, but now she's going to move to the outside and drive toward the front. At the back of the field are Sassy by the Sea. It's a gap of 3 back to La Di Da. And Lil Keisha, the Burke trainees, are last. So moving up front, Rodeo Dancer moves out and around. Vanna by the river. And on the outside here, She's a Firewoman driving forward. The opening quarter complete. 28-1. She's a Firewoman, the daughter of Catch the Fire, out front where she likes to be, clear by 2 at 1-9. Rodeo Dancer secures a pocket for Brett Miller in front of Vanna by the river, who left aggressively in his third. 2.5 off I'm a Beach Girl. Sassy by the Sea is third last, La Di Da second last, and Lil Keisha can see them all. Down in front of the stand, She's a Firewoman calls the shots. She's to the good, a length and a quarter of Rodeo Dancer. Vanna by the river continues to be third, halfway home 57-3, 29-2 in quarter two from She's a Firewoman leading the way. Rodeo Dancer continue to be second. Vanna by the river is third. Back in the fourth spot is I'm a Beach Girl. She's 5 lengths off the leader. Moving to the outside now comes La Di Da. Outside of Sassy by the Sea in the trailer, Lil Keisha inside 3/8 of a mile to go, and She's a Firewoman is doing this very effortlessly. A length and a half to the good. Rodeo Dancer continues that pocket ride. 3/4 tripped in 1:26-3. They're on their way home. She's a Firewoman by 2 and starting to pull away from Rodeo Dancer. Up on the outside, Vanna by the river working up and matching strides with Rodeo Dancer, but was very steppy, and I think she went on a gallop for a brief moment as Rodeo Dancer's ready to try and come get She's a Firewoman. Off the turn into the stretch, She's a Firewoman, clear by 2, trying to sprint away from Rodeo Dancer. She's a Firewoman almost home. 4 in a row for She's a Firewoman. Rodeo Dancer was second. It's third for Vanna by the river, then La Di Da, 154-2. Back into the winner's circle, the 3, She's a Firewoman, owned by Harry Horowitz, trained by Mark Winters. Luke Hanners, the winning drive. 2-year Roan filly by Catch the Fire out of the McArdle mare. She's a Smokin' Lady. Bred in New York by Harry Horowitz. 5th lifetime win, 4 in a row for She's a Firewoman, 154-2.
In the winner's circle with winning driver Luke Hanners. And Luke, you made short work of this field, but even better, you beat Austin.
Yeah, that's the best.
Now let's talk a little bit about She's a Firewoman. 5 wins and 6 starts this year. The only downfall came in a 2-year-old race out at Scioto, and she was second. Boy, has she really come on nicely here.
Yeah, she has. You know, that was her first start off a qualifier down at Scioto, and she raced huge, finished strong. She's been a pleasure to drive.
Now you're driving some here for Mark Winters, but let's talk about Catch the Fire a little bit as a sire. He's done some really nice things. You got to drive a little bit for the Luther stable. You and Austin both kind of get to drive a little bit for them. These Catch the Fires are really nice horses.
Yeah, they seem like they can be one of the top sires in Ohio right now, and he's doing a good job.
All right, best of luck a little bit later on.
Thanks, man.
The result is official, 3-1-5-6. Exacta 440, trifecta 1220, pick 4 $242, 80 cents. The superfecta $5.42. Top Down Rodeo Dancer second. I'm a Beach Girl was 6th. She's a Firewoman, the winner. Sassy by the Sea was 5th. Vanna by the River was 3rd. Lottie Da was 4th. And Lil Keisha 7th. 2615347. Flip over to race number 6. Start of the mid-card, pick 5. Ohio Sire Stage for 3-year-old Colton Gelding Trotters, 5 minutes. They're on track for tonight's 6th race, start of the mid-card pick 5. Second Division Ohio Sire Stakes for 3-year-old Colton Gelding Trotters. One, Vandy Lane, owned by David and Cody Vanderhyde, trimmed by Scott Cox, Brett Miller in the sulky. 2, Stud Muffin T, Trevor Smith drives for Jeff Smith and TD Trot. 3 is Jet Wings, Dexter Dunn does the driving for Virgil Morgan Jr. and Joyce McClellan Stables. 4, Scrappy's Love, Dan Noble up for Chris Beaver, owners Gil Short LLC and Jeffrey Banky. 5, Hilltop Sonar, Chris Page for Ron Burke, Burke Racing, Weaver Buscemi, Beastie and the Rich Lombardo Racing. And the 6, What a Buckeye, Anthony Miller and Hagerman Racing team up. Tyler Smith drives for Herman Hagerman. Back over in the 5th, my top choice, She's a Fire Woman. Just too good. Got to the front, really sprinted late, 27-4 last quarter. Nice performance from the daughter of Catch the Fire. We roll here to the 6th. I'm going to the 3, Jet Wings. Picks up the services of 5-time Driver of the Year, Dexter Dunn. Board Jet Wings, back-to-back second-place finishes. She's only missed the board in a couple tries, and that was Park the Mile 3 back at Scioto. But 4 for 11 this season. She's raced well in the Sire Stakes, a win back at Scioto, and second in the State Fair, most recently to Vecna, who came back and raced well earlier. So I think Jet Wings is the one to beat. For second, the 4, Scrappy's Love. This horse that did some nice things last year as a 2-year-old, 2 for 10, but made $184,000, and has come back nicely, winning 3 legs of the Gable over at Scioto's. Third, beating the neck in the State Fair behind Long Highway. Moved to the front, 55-3, got roughed up, so I think this one can come back with a good effort, getting Noble. And for third, the 2, Stud Muffin T, good post, really rallied nicely in that State Fair to be second behind Long Highway. I'm at 3-4-2-1. Best of luck. Here's our 8 o'clock prize drawing winners. Daniel Baranowski of Richfield, Samantha Stevens, Brunswick, Trish Penalta, Macedonia, Ed Feder of Stowe, and Brandy Hales of Greenwich. Daniel Baranowski, Samantha Stevens, Trish Penalta, Ed Feder, and Brandy Hales head to the program stand. Field of 6, head behind the wings, final boarding call, mid-card, pick 5. Field of Trotters, here they come. They're off and trotting to a level start. Scrappy's Love heads out looking for the lead. Jet Wings between, and Vandy Lane tries to protect the rail spot around turn number 1. Stud Muffin T will get away in 4th, and the back markers are Hilltop Sonar and What a Buckeye. 3 wide, and driving is Scrappy's Love, 2-path Jet Wings, and taking back to race from 3rd is Vandy Lane as they try to sort themselves out up front as these 2 favorites square off early on. Scrappy's Love now takes over from Jet Wings. Dex releases back into 2nd, back into 3rd, and Vandy Lane, the opening quarter, 28 flat. Stud Muffin T is 4th in front of Hilltop Sonar, and What a Buckeye can see them all 8 lengths behind. That's the 6-pack of sophomore trotters that complete 3/8 of a mile behind the 6-5 second choice, Scrappy's Love. Jet Wings gets a perfect, coveted pocket trip there for Dunn, traveling a length and a half off the leader. Vandy Lane in line 3rd, trying to close down the hatches. Stud Muffin T 4th. Hilltop Sonar and What a Buckeye. They were single file under the half in 57 and 1/5 seconds. 29 and 1 in quarter 2 from Scrappy's Love, who calls the shots with over 3/8 of a mile to go. Jet Wings couldn't have asked for a better setup, traveling in 2nd. Vandy Lane still 3rd. Stud Muffin T on the go, flushed out there by Hilltop Sonar. What a Buckeye trails the compact field of 6 that have less than 3/8 to go, and Scrappy's Love to catch. Stud Muffin T gutting it out first up, racing outside of Jet Wings. They'll match strides. Then the team of Hilltop Sonar and Vandy Lane. What a Buckeye trails. Only 4.5 lengths separate the entire field. After 3 quarters and 1:26 and 2, they swing onto the far turn, and it's Scrappy's Love the target by 3 parts of a length. Stud Muffin T on the outside. Jet Wings poised to strike off a good trip, revving up 3 deep. Hilltop Sonar getting involved for Page. Then Vandy Lane and What a Buckeye, they turn for home. Scrappy's Love, the long-time leader, trying to finish it up down the center, and cut loose is Hilltop Sonar down at the inside. Jet Wings, Hilltop Sonar finishing up nicely. Jet Wings hits the front. Hilltop Sonar guns down Jet Wings. Scrappy's Love was 3rd, 155 and 2. It's the 5, Hilltop Sonar first. 5-3-4-1 unofficial. Back to the winner's circle. The first team to double up. It's Burke and Page. Hilltop Sonar, 3-year-old big only by What the Hill. Out of the Cantab Hallmare, Mariah DeVee. Burke Racing, Weaver Buscemi, Beastie, and Rich Lombardo Racing, the owners. Adrian Hochstetler, the winning breeder of Ohio. It's the first win this season for Hilltop Sonar, 155-2.
Winning driver Chris Page gets the job done here in a division of the Ohio Sire Stakes. First and foremost, let's talk about this trip. Plenty of levers. You kind of just let them do their own thing heading into the first turn.
Yeah, the trip actually worked out good. Second up, the pace was moderately hot, just kind of actually perfect for a 55-mile half and 57. But the horse has kind of been knocking on the door, so it's kind of good to get this Sire Stake win underneath his belt.
Perfect trip, like you had mentioned. How were you feeling turning for home?
Well, Ronnie's second trader, Nick, who warmed the horse up, said he was had a great week. Haven't heard too much of that verbiage about this horse all year long. So with the final coming up, peaking at the right time, that's what we want.
Let's wind it back to the first race of the night, Shikari. This is a little sister of Luprin. A few of you might have heard of this one. A first crop, summa cum laude. Nice effort by her tonight.
Yeah, wow, what a nice filly. And then, man, summa cum laude. There's only one stallion that comes to mind that he kind of has taken off like him, and that was down by the seaside. So, in my opinion, that's going to be a generational stallion. So, summa cum laude, they're heading definitely in the right direction.
A busy night ahead. I'll ask you about a couple more. I'll bet your boots. He's been a recent acquisition for the Burke Brigade. He seems like a pretty nice colt.
Yeah, that's a summa cum laude as well. Wasn't staked to the state fair. So we're all Sire Stakes, and we're all in tonight.
Racing Rebel, post 9. He's been sharp coming into tonight.
Yeah, Racing Rebel. He's kind of close to my heart. Own a small piece of him. Yeah, he's been ultra sharp. Nick's done a great job with him, along with Ronnie, bringing the horse along right.
And the feature, Carl Milstein Memorial, Rick Wink, post 8.
Yeah, can we have a redraw there? Yeah, post 8, not ideal, but that's why we race them. Things happen, and I'm ready.
They don't write the check before the race. That's a good thing, right?
Top down, Vandy Lane was 4th. Stud Muffin T 5th. Jet Wings 2nd. Scrappy's Love 3rd. Hilltop Sonar the winner. What a Buckeyes 6th. 4-5-2-3-1-6. We roll to the 7th. Philly and Mare open pace for $20,000. Scratch the 8. Girl from Rosedale. It's 5 minutes away. Coming up after the replay, we'll send it down to the winner's circle with Jess Otten.
Honor roll on Carl Milstein Memorial Night. Happy to be joined by trainer Todd Luther. Todd, welcome. How are you?
Good.
All right, so we'll get right on into it. First and foremost, you got 2 coming up in the Ohio Sire Stakes action, but it's the first crop, would be 3, or is 3 this year, of Catch the Fire. I was always a big fan of this guy. Small but mighty and a big heart, and he's definitely leaving that in his offsprings.
Oh, definitely. You can start seeing it. We have a handful of them. Greg's bred a bunch to them, and Mark Winters, he's got a really nice filly this year. So it's good to see him on the big stages and competing.
All right, let's talk about your 2 starters tonight, Sparks and Fire. Third in that Next Generation, the back-to-back runner-up finishes. I'll go back to that Next Generation. You know, to ask a 2-year-old to go almost double into the passing lane is a lot to offer, or a lot to ask, but he had a lot of pace to offer.
Yeah, he, they don't know what, the passing lanes really
Right.
are, and I was really happy with him. We kind of got put in a bad spot, but, he was closing at the wire, and he was past them after the wire, so we were happy to see that.
Gets the rail to work with tonight. What can you tell us about this guy?
He tries, me and Austin tease, he's paced 27 flat his last 2 or 3 starts, and he keeps getting beat, but he is a nice colt. We'll see what happens tonight. Hopefully we're not stuck on the front. I think he would like to pass a little better.
Fire's Champ comes in up after that. Another son of Catch the Fire. What can you tell us about this one?
He's a nice little horse. He scoped sick last week, so he was the one I was a little disappointed in the state fair, but he had a good week training, and hopefully they mix it up a little bit with the 7-hole and get there towards the end.
All right, well, good luck the rest of the way tonight, and we'll send it back up to Kenny.
Filly and Mare Open Pacers coming out to the track for tonight's 7th race. Scratch the 8, Girl from Rosedale. The 1 is Ribbon Ridge. Dan Noble does the driving for Jessica Milner, who cones with Andy Koblenz. Number 2 is Better Double Flip. Kurt Sugg driving for Eddie Miller and Robert Carsey. 3 Flying Bullets. Scott Zeron for Claire Umholtz, Umholtz and Kennedy Racing. 4 Smoothest Tennessee Whiskey. Brett Miller drives for Brian Haynes and Mackenzie Haynes. The 5 Be My Rose. Ronnie Wren Jr. aboard for Ron Burke, Burke Racing, Weaver Buscemi. 6 Jules Hill. Odds On Racing, the owner. Dexter Dunn driving for Virgil Morgan Jr. 7 Soft Shot. Matt Kaylee drives for Jessica Rogner and owner Paul O'Neill. Scratch the 8. And the 9 Rockin' Bambi. Chris Page driving for owner trainer Craig Stein. It's the field for the Philly and Mare Open Pace. Back over in race number 6. My top choice, Jet Wings, hit the front, but just got overhauled by Hilltop Sonar, who needed every inch of the Northfield Park stretch to get there as we roll over to race number 7. This is a tricky open filly and mare pace. I'm going to land on the 6 Jules Hill, though. I thought she's been racing extremely well right here at Northfield in our opens each and every week, and she faces basically the same types of field she does every week. Was parked a mile from post 8 last week, only beating a couple of lengths. Now you get the driver change to leading driver and perennial leading driver Dexter Dunn. I think this one is in a very good spot. She has post edge on soft shot to the outside, so I'll try Jules Hill over the 7 soft shot, who can certainly blast off the gate. We've seen it right here at Northfield. That start back on June 28th. She rolled to the front quickly. Ended up finishing 3rd. Then she's got some time off there. Comes off an impressive qualifier. We'll see if she's ready to go off the bench. She's been able to show in her career that qualifier races are no problem for her to come right off and fire at first asking. So I certainly expect a big effort from her, and you get Kaylee. But I can't take 3 to 5 on a horse that's been off for a month. So I got to put her second. And for 3rd, the 1 Ribbon Ridge. She gets the benefit of the rail here. She's been racing well against a little bit cheaper competition, but you do get Dan Noble, who might be able to keep her close to the action early. I'll go 6, 7, 1, 9. Best of luck in the 7th. Filly and Mare Open Pacers in behind the wings. Here they come. They're off and they're pacing. Better Double Flip gets the first call. Be My Rose shows speed. Jules Hill is trying to leave, and Soft Shot is aborting that leave attempt right now. She's back into an early 5th or 6th as Ribbon Ridge protects pylon position. So resetting to the front, it's Ronnie Wren Jr. and Be My Rose taking over command, and they have to deal with Jules Hill on the outside, and Soft Shots continue to motor up on the rim. So the favorites working up here on the outside as Jules Hill tries to take over from Be My Rose. Soft Shot is 3-5. She's hammered on her return, but she's parked and pressing, and the opening quarter was 27-2. Better Double Flip, who left aggressively, is in 4th. Ribbon Ridge is 5th. From the second tier, Rockin' Bambi 3rd last. Flying Bullets is 2nd last. And Smooth as Tennessee Whiskey is at the back of the field. Soft Shot has made her way to the front. She's a length and a half to the good for Kakali. On top from Jules Hill in 2nd. Be My Rose, close to the action, 3rd. Made the early lead there for Wren, with Better Double Flip back in 4th. Rockin' Bambi underway for Page, now first up, not picking up any help as they're halfway home in 56-1. No real back down from Soft Shot into the payoff half of the open pace. Jules Hill continues to be 2nd, and she's given a nudge there by Dunn. Be My Rose at the inside of Rockin' Bambi is working uncovered. Better Double Flip is pinned in. Flying Bullets trying to keep up with cover 2nd over. Ribbon Ridge bottled up back 7th. Smooth as Tennessee Whiskey 8th and last up the backstretch. Soft Shot looking every bit the part so far. Kakali takes a peek over his shoulder. He's got Rockin' Bambi coming. Rockin' Bambi to this leader's wheel after 3 quarters and 1, 24-2, 28 1/3 quarter, and they swing onto the far turn. Soft Shot to catch. Rockin' Bambi on the outside. Jules Hill, who had a good trip, is just not really firing. She's one-paced. Be My Ruse moving up at her outside. Then Better Double Flip, they turn for home. Kakali goes to work on Soft Shot. Rockin' Bambi won't go away. Rockin' Bambi trying to get to Soft Shot, and she does. Rockin' Bambi sticks her nose in front. Chris Page for a 3rd win on the card. Rockin' Bambi over Soft Shot, and then it was Be My Rose who's up 3rd. Jules Hill 4th, 152-3. 97562 unofficial. Back to the winner's circle, the 9, Rockin' Bambi, owned and trained by Craig Stein. Chris Page for a third win on the card. She's a 6-year-old bay mare by Rockin' Image out of the Tell All Mare Intelligence. Bred by Brookheist Stables of Michigan and Eugene Hochsteller of Indiana. 31st lifetime win, 6th this season. The result is official. Exacta was $62.60. Trifecta $241.20. High five $354.60.
Here in the winner's circle at MGM Northfield Park, winning trader Craig Stein, Dave Bianconi's favorite trader of the backstretch, I swear, I'm just kidding. Hey, listen, winning never gets old for you guys, but let's talk a little bit about Rockin' Bambi. She fits lower just about every week. She's got to face open company for one reason or another, and she is always as game and as tough as they come. Talk to us a little bit about her.
Yeah, I bought her online, and I didn't think she was going to be quite this good, and she's just been a really tough mare. She gives 100% effort every week. She doesn't mind first over, which is the way she raced tonight. She raced good last week with Elliott driving her, and she's been a really consistent mare for me. She's done well for the 3 years I've had her.
Now, Craig, obviously winning on a regular night is always fun, but what's it like to win on these big nights?
Oh, it's always nice. It's always fun to be here on the nights when all the good horses and all the guys come in from out of town, so it's a little special.
Craig, congratulations.
Thank you very much.
For those of you that are on track, several horses participating in the $300,000 Carl Milstein Memorial out there getting some tune-ups, final preparations, as we are about 2 hours away from the headliner event, the Carl Milstein Memorial. Top Down, Ribbon Ridge 6th, Better Double Flip was 5th, Flying Bullets 8th, Smoothest Tennessee Whiskey 7th, Be My Rose 3rd, Jules Hill 4th, Soft Shot 2nd, Scratch Girl from Rosedale, Rockin' Bambi 1st. 6, 5, 8, 7, 3, 4, 2, Scratch 1. We go to the 8th, back to the Sire Stakes action. 2-year-old Colton Gelding Pacers for $50,000, and they're coming up in 3 minutes. Pacers hit the track for the 8th freshman, Colton Geldings. 1 is Sparks and Fire. Austin Hanners drives for Todd Luther and Greg Luther Racing. 2, Maserati Marv. Brett Miller drives for Brian Brown. Hoovler, Lehman and Keith, the co-owners. 3, Crocodile Station. Ronnie Wren Jr. drives for Michael Hitchcock and William Hart. 4 is Captain's Dance. Justin Irvine driving for Rosie Weaver. Cones with David Jury. 5 is Gentleman's Club. Anthony LaCastro owns. Aaron Lambert trains. Andy McCarthy in the bike. 6, Sonny's in the Sea, owned by Bootville Stables. Ron Steck and Jeffrey Brees. Trevor Smith driving for Ron Steck. And the 7 is Skull and Crossbones. Chris Page driving for Ron Burke. Burke Racing, Weaver Buscemi, Country Club Acres, and Joe Sabraco. Back over in race number 7, my top choice. Really just didn't fire a ton. Jules Hill roughed up a little bit in the opening stages, but then she drafted a pocket and just didn't have much left. Soft Shot gets overhauled late by a nice performance from Rockin' Bambi. Razor sharp the last couple of starts. We go here to the 8th. I'm going to the 3, Crocodile Station for the Mike Hitchcock barn. This one was staked into the next generation, did a ton of dirty work on the front, ended up finishing 4th, got overhauled late, then came back, had post 8 here at Northfield, and rambled home 26-4 last quarter. This guy was flat flying, just ultimately ran out of racetrack from post 8. Then he came back and avenged it with a major 4-length score at the State Fair and 52-3. I think this horse showed he had loads of talent, 2 back right here at Northfield. He got over the half nicely, and I think if he's any bit closer to the pace, or even on the front, this is the one to beat. Son of Down by the Seaside for second. The 1, Sparks and Fire, Benefit of the Rail. Hasn't won, but he's back-to-back second place finishes in Sire Stakes legs in the State Fair. I'll use him second, and for third, the 2, Maserati Marv. Second career start, certainly can take a step forward off of his mile here at Northfield. I'm at 3-1-2-5, and we'll send it downstairs. Michael Carter standing by with Scott Zeron, who drives Fast Choice and the Milstein.
Thanks so much, Kenny. The money man, Scott Zeron, here tonight. You've got just 2 drives. You drove in the Open there. Thanks so much for coming over and driving in that. And you've got a drive at the $300,000 Carl Milstein Memorial. It's a Grade 2 event. And you drive the Jared Baco Tradie Fast Choice. And we talked a little bit to the Bacos this week. We talked to the group from Winback. We got some of them here with us here this evening. And what a story it would be for this horse to win Chip to Bone as a 2-year-old and comes back. It has done really well. The last time you drove this horse was in the Pepsi North America Cup, and he was 3rd.
Yeah, no, he raced sensational. It wasn't the highest expectations. There's some amazing horses in that race. But to close the way he did was quite scary. I'm honestly, if he could give me something similar to that today, we're going to be right there.
I got to tell you, he tried to eat my phone about 3 times on the backstretch. He loved the attention. But let's talk some about Fast Choices, just his raw ability. You know, he was purchased for $13,000, and you and Megan buy horses, and you guys train, you know, your own stable. And excuse me, I take that back. Megan trains the stable for you. But you guys run into a horse, you know, that maybe doesn't cost a whole heck of a lot, and they turn up to be pretty good champions.
Yeah, they don't know how much they cost, right? Yeah, I've drove a few horses that cost $500,000, $600,000, $700,000 that wouldn't beat this horse. So he might be small in stature, but he's very willing and tries as hard as he can out there.
Now, you've won a couple of stakes races here at Northfield Park before. You were actually part of one of the most famous stakes races here when you were in a dead heat in the Courageous Lady. It was the first time we'd ever had a dead heat in our major stake races. What's it like to come back to our facility here? I know you drive some for Anthony in the stable every once in a while as well.
Yeah, so I watch a lot of Northfield because of the stable.ca, but no, I'm used to racing at Yonkers Racetrack with half-mile racing. Coming here is the exact same thing, and obviously both owned by MGM.
Well, listen, we're glad to have you back here. I know Bianconi's walking around here somewhere. He's glad to have you, but I heard you might want to see him in the parking lot later.
Yeah, well, listen, we got some experience on the track in that last race. We know the speed of the gate, and it's always an advantage to get out there before the big one.
Scott, thanks so much for taking time out of your night to join us, and best of luck to you later on.
Thank you.
Kenny?
Field of 7 head behind the wings for the 8th race. Here they come. They're off and pacing. Sparks and Fire from the rail begins well. On the go down the center is Gentleman's Club as they head into turn number 1. Down toward the inside, Maserati Marv inside of Crocodile Station off stride. Gentleman's Club jumps it off in the opening turn. Driving to the front is Crocodile Station now to take over command from Sparks and Fire, who pockets up as Maserati Marv comes out pacing 3rd. Captain's Dance got away racing in the 4th spot. Sunny's in the Sea improves 5th. Skull and Crossbones now takes 6th as Gentleman's Club, the son of Down by the Seaside, is last after the miscue on the opening turn, and the quarter was 28-1. It's Crocodile Station and Ronnie Wren Jr. to the top. Sparks and Fire, the son of Catch the Fire, enjoying the pocket ride. Maserati Marv is patient, racing at the cones in 3rd. Captain's Dance, 4th. Sunny's in the Sea, 5th. Skull and Crossbones is 6th. And the trailer, Gentleman's Club. That's the single file field of freshman pacers that head to the half behind Crocodile Station. Crocodile Station halfway home, 57-3. Sparks and Fire 2nd. Maserati Marv continues to be 3rd and in line there for Brett Miller. Captain's Dance is 4th. Sunny's in the Sea, 5th. Underway, Skull and Crossbones 6th for Page. The trailer, Gentleman's Club, inside 3/8 to go. Crocodile Station continues to lead. Sparks and Fire is 2nd. Here's Maserati Marv. He's sent to the outside as the ball is in the air for him as he tries to go get Crocodile Station. Crocodile Station by a length. Maserati Marv on the outside. He's now drawn within 3 parts. Sparks and Fire locked in. Skull and Crossbones next. 3/4, 126-3. And they swing around the far turn. Crocodile Station the leader. Maserati Marv is flattened out a touch as Sparks and Fire improves to be 2nd. They begin the sprint now. 1/8 of a mile left to go. And Crocodile Station, the longtime leader, turns first. Sparks and Fire off the perfect trip to the outside. Crocodile Station almost home. Sparks and Fire drifts in badly. And it's Crocodile Station in front. Sparks and Fire 2nd, Maserati Marv 3rd, Sunny's in the Sea 4th, 153-2. The result is official, 3-1, 2 and 6. Heading back here into the winner's circle, the 3, Crocodile Station. Owned by William Hart. Trained by Michael Hitchcock. Ronnie Wren Jr., the winning drive. This is a 2-year-old big only by Down by the Seaside out of the Dragon Again mare Camera Lady, bred by Spring Station Bloodstock of Maryland. Second lifetime win, 2 in a row, and after a 26-4 last quarter, Crocodile Station has a date with the winner's circle. We'll send it down to the winner's circle. Jess out and standing by with North America Cup winning driver Ronnie Wren Jr.
Thanks, Kenny. I have driver Ronnie Wren Jr. Crocodile Station gets the job done here. What a dominant performance right on the front end.
Yeah, he's a really nice colt. I actually drove his mother, so I guess I'm getting a little old. But no, Mike's done a great job with him, and he raced awesome. I think he paced on 26-4, so great mile.
Gentlemen's Club made that miscue there in the first turn. Did that kind of change your game plan going to the quarter?
No, I was going to try to make it a move to the front if they weren't going too fast, and if they were, I was just going to get away fourth and first and second over. And but I was happy with the trip.
Confident coming for home?
Yeah, a little bit.
Swingtown coming up in the Carl Milstein Memorial. He won that elimination of the audio, second in the final. Sharp at Scioto. I mean, he's in top form right now.
Yeah, he was really good last week. It was a good finish. Rick Wink's a nice horse, and he was able to get by him. Tonight, 6-hole, it's a tough spot, but he's a great horse, and we'll see what we can do.
Just by watching him and looking at the program page, it seems like pretty versatile colt. What's your opinion? What does he like to do the best?
Yeah, I've only drove him a handful of times, and he is versatile. If I want to leave with him, I think I'm able to. 6-hole's not a terrible spot to leave here, and if I want to triple him out, he's able to do that. He's two-fingered horse to drive. He's classy.
Congrats and best of luck the rest of the way.
Thanks.
There you have it. Ronnie Wren Jr. and Crocodile Station get the job done.
Exacta $5.80, the trifecta $20.80, the superfecta $12.08. Top down of the eighth. Sparks and Fire was second. Maserati Marv was third. Crocodile Station the winner. Captain's Dance fifth. Gentlemen's Club sixth. Sonny's in the Sea fourth. Skull and Crossbones seventh. 2, 3, 1, 5, 6, 4, 7. Go to the ninth. $25,000 estimated pick four begins here. Ohio Sire Stakes action, the opening leg, and then we go to the major events with the $100,000 Tom Aldrich Trot, $100,000 Myron Charna Pace, and the $300,000 Carl Milstein Memorial. Those will cap off this $25,000 estimated pick four. It's 4 minutes away. And here's our 9 o'clock prize drawing winners. Bill McRitchie of Macedonia, Marcy Wilson, Marshallsville, Mary Haley of Canton, Tyler Burris, Rudolph, and Brian Thorpe of Parma. Bill McRitchie, Marcy Wilson, Mary Haley, Tyler Burris, Brian Thorpe. Head over to the program stand. Coming up after the replay, Michael Carter and Gold Sheet Bob will take a look at this $25,000 estimated pick four.
Here in the winner's circle at MGM Northfield Park with the Gold Sheet Bob, the one and only resident handicapper here at Northfield Park. And Bob, let's talk a little bit about this $25,000 pick four. I talked a little bit about it with Jess earlier this evening, but in this upcoming 9th race, you know, it's either, for me anyway, it's either here's Corinthian or I'll Bet Your Boots, but who do you like here?
Well, first of all, I thought this was an excellent pick four. If you're going to wager any of the pick fours tonight, this is clearly the one to bet. Lots of potential here. And in this 9th race, I'll Bet Your Boots, big purchase by the Burke Barn, and won the next 2 races, getting back $100,000, a big chunk of that money back. The only thing with this horse is the last 2 races that he raced, barely won 2 races ago. If the finish had gone another 10 feet, Swelch would have gotten him. And then last week stole the fractions on the front end at 28-1. So I'm not quite sure that he's such a lock here. He's definitely going to be the favorite. But I like Pet Project here. This one is a little bit under the radar, has been closing like a freight train the last few weeks, won a 54-2 back half. And I think if this one can find some open road late, he's got a shot at the upset.
All right, race number 10 this evening is the $100,000 Tom Aldrich President's Trot. And I really thought this race was a little bit tough. I went 3 deep in here to the 2 long shot, the 3 Rose Run Zoom, and the 9 Sugar instead, the 2024 Ohio Horse of the Year.
Yeah, I thought this was a very tough race. Its Academic has dominated this race the last 2 years, and he's not in here this time out. So Refine, his nemesis, I used that one, and I also used the 2 and the 9. The 2 long shots in my top selection off a year and a half. Came back to the races a few starts ago. I was keeping a close eye on this one to see how he'd progress, and the last 4 races, he's been lights out. The last 2 weeks going huge back halves, powerful down the lane. And I know he's a fan favorite here, but I think he's got a big shot to get the win.
All right, race number 11 is the $100,000 Myron Charna President's Pace. 3 Duncan for me is my single. I see you haven't picked second. Who's your pick here?
Oh, I have a single here. I'm single in the 9, Racing Rebel. Great value at 7-2. Now, Racing Rebel went into the Burke Bound about 8 starts ago and won 5 of them. Has been very impressive. So impressive that last week went against Women Layer, who was 8 for 8 this year in Sire Stakes action in Kentucky. And then Racing Rebel went by him down the lane rather easily. And Women Layer, matter of fact, came back to win at Saddle Downs tonight about a half an hour ago in the open field. So Racing Rebel is a strong single.
All right, race number 12, the $300,000 Grade 2 Carl Milstein Memorial. And a tough field here. I went 5 deep to the 2, 4, 5, 6, and 9. Top pick for me is the 9 Twisted Destiny.
Yes, you could go a lot of ways in this race. Any one of these horses could win. I went 2, 5, 6, and 9. The 9 Twisted Destinies in my top selection. Last week, you had Prince Hal Hanover, who powered to the lead from post number 8 from the Meadows, but got it rather easily from like the 8th pole. And then he had Twisted Destiny, got stuck on the outside, forced to go forward, overpowered to the lead, but it took to the 3/8 pole to do it. And he still almost held on to win. I thought it was a great effort. And I think Fast Choice is one of those horses you should include. You're going to get a great price on this horse. And if the fractions are crazy, I think the Fast Choice could come flying late.
All right, I know some people who would be very happy if Fast Choice won later on this evening. Those are our Pick 4 tickets here in this $25,000 estimated Pick 4. Best of luck coming up as we head into this All-Stakes Pick 4.
They're on track for the 9th. $25,000 estimated pick 4. One Fire Run. Dan Noble drives for Irv Miller, the Irv Miller stable. Overheiser and Winship. 2 Simon Says Go. Chris Lem's driving for Scott Cox. Tracy Russell and Rosemary Young, the owners. 3 Here's Corinthian. Aaron Merriman aboard for Jessica McCowan and the Here's the Stock Incorporated Tripoli stables and Susan Sullivan. The 4 is Swelsey. Mike Wilder drives for Jeff Nysonger. Gorby, the Nysonger stable, and Mitchell Standardbreds Incorporated. 5 I'll Bet Your Boots. Chris Page aboard for Ron Burke Racing, Weaver Buscemi Knox Services. 6 Pet Project. JR Stable and owner-trainer Kimberly Daly team up. Trevor Smith in the bike. And the 7 is Fire's Champ. Austin Hanner's driving for Todd Luther and Greg Luther Racing. That's the field here for tonight's 9th race. Back over in race number 8. My top choice, Crocodile Station. Nice performance on the front. Really sprinted late. As we go over here to race number 9. I'm going to the 5. I'll Bet Your Boots. This horse moved into the Burke Barn after a private purchase and won the Next Generation, then came back and won the Sire Stakes at Scioto. The only thing that's a little concerning is maybe that this guy's had time off since then, so not sure if something went amiss on the sidelines. But if he is okay and ready to go, this horse that can build off of those performances now. 3rd start with the Burke Barn. I'll put him on top. Pretty confident in his chances here. Over the 1, Fire Run. Benefit of the rail. He does step up at a Buckeye Stallion 2 back, but that was a good 3rd. And then last week really rallied nicely behind Crocodile Station. 27 last quarter. He just had post 9, I think, with the benefit of the rail. Certainly can use him in the mix. And for 3rd, I'll throw in the 2, Simon Says Go. 5th here at Northfield, but then came back with a nice 2nd at Scioto in the State Fair behind Lindy Dragonwater. 28 last quarter, 52 and 3. He's been getting better with each and every start, and if he improves again, he could factor in here as well. I'll go 5, 1, 2, 4. Best of luck in the 9th. behind the gate for the 9th. Here they come. They're off, and they are pacing. Good speed from Swelsey down the center. Simon says go toward the inside and fire run from the rail, part of the early pace scenario. And there goes I'll Bet Your Boots. He's marching forward with Here's Corinthian coming out 5th. 6th Pet Project, Fires Champ 7th and last, driving to the backside of the course. And I'll Bet Your Boots is about to take over in the first quarter from Swelsey. These two battle across the backstretch a touch. Fire Run is 3rd, is now their single file with the big favorite showing the way. Simon Says Go is 4th as they drive past the opening panel in 27 and 3. Here's Corinthian is 3rd last. Pet Project and Fires Champ, that's the 7 of them. They round the far turn for the first time. And it's I'll Bet Your Boots, the next generation winner. Out front. Length and a quarter to the good. Swelsey pockets up there for Wilder. Fire Run is 3rd. Simon Says Go 4th for Lems. Here's Corinthian. Looks like he's going to stay in. As underway to the outside comes Pet Project. Trying to flush out some cover. Hasn't gotten any just yet. He might get Fire Run here at the half. And the trailer Fires Champ vacates the cones. 4 in, 3 out. Fire Run did pull. So it's I'll Bet Your Boots calling the shots as Page looks for Grisham off stride. Fire Run. Fire Run jumped it off while moving first up. So that leaves Pet Project uncovered 3rd. Outside of Swelsey, who's jammed up in the boxes. I'll Bet Your Boots. Page is motivating him here a touch as they have less than 3/8 to go. I'll Bet Your Boots, the leader. Pet Project continues this first over climb. He's at the leader's wheel. Now he's a half a length behind. Now it's a neck. I'll Bet Your Boots needs to do better than that. 3/4, 125. They round the far turn. Pet Project has stormed to the front. I'll Bet Your Boots suddenly back to 2nd. Swelsey bottled up. He's taken out of it. Is moving to the outside as Fires Champ. 1/8 of a mile to go. And Pet Project has a 3-length lead. Off the turn into the stretch. Pet Project clear. Fires Champ up into 2nd. Swelsey is 3rd, but it's Pet Project in front. Pet Project wins. Fires Champ was 2nd. 3rd to Swelsey. And 4th to Simon Says Go. 153 and 3. Back into the winner's circle comes number 6, Pet Project. Owned by JR Stable and owner-trainer Kimberly Daly. Driven to victory by Trevor Smith. 2-year-old Bay Gelding by Pet Rock out of the Feelin' Frisky mare. I Got a Feelin' Fran. Bred by Zozel, Ratcliffe, and Daly of Ohio. Second lifetime win, 2 in a row, 153 and 3. Send it down to the winner's circle. Michael Carter standing by with winning driver Trevor Smith.
Here in the winner's circle at MGM Northfield Park, Trevor Smith brings home Pet Project. There's a lot of tears in this winner's circle. This means a lot to a lot of people.
It does. He's just such a nice colt to drive, and Kim deserves it more than anybody. I'm just happy.
Trevor, talk us through the mile. I'll bet your boots stopped on the front end. Sometimes it's better to be lucky than good, huh?
I just didn't know what to do with him. There was so much speed on the inside, and I didn't want to brutalize him because it's a little too early for that, and it kind of worked out in our favor.
All right, we're going to let you get back. Ashley Daly, come on over here. There's a lot of tears in this winner's circle, and Ashley is from the Ohio Hardest Horsemen's Association, and Kim won't talk to us, so we're going to bring Ashley over here. Kim's daughter. Ash, what does this mean to you and your family? There's a lot of tears in this winner's circle. You guys have worked very hard to get to this point.
To say the least, I'm so proud of my mom. This is a family horse. We homebred for us. His mommy was a Triple Crown winner, one of the last ones that my dad had in his stable before he passed away. And we don't want to speak too soon. We don't like jinxing one, but if we could get a Triple Crown with this guy, you talk about a life made.
Ashley, congratulations. Go celebrate.
Thank you so much. We're on it.
Kenny, back to you.
Exacta $658.20. The trifecta $3,360.20. Top down, Fire runs 7th. Simon Says Go was 4th. Here's Corinthian was 6th. Spelsey 3rd. I'll Bet Your Boots was 5th. Pet Project, the winner, Fire's Champ, was 2nd. 7, 4, 6, 3, 5, 1, 2. That flips us over to the big stakes action. $100,000. Tom Aldrich, President's Trot. Start of an all-stakes pick 3, and it's up in 4 minutes. Send it down to the winner's circle. Michael Carter, Jess Otten taking a further look at the Tom Aldrich President's Trot.
Yes, getting closer and closer to that Carl Milstein Memorial, but we're going to kick it off here. We're going to kick off a pick 3 here in race number 10. It is the Tom Aldridge President's Trot. Mike, and a very nice competitive field of 9. Let's just first and foremost say that. Sorry, I'm going to peek over my shoulder and look at the betting board because I know there's an 8-5 favorite right now, but there's plenty of nice prices up there.
Yeah, I would agree with that. It's a very competitive field of trotters, and it's one of the more competitive versions, right? We've seen It's Academic kind of lead this race over the last several years, so it's nice to see some of the top talent here in Ohio. Maybe we'll try to beat the favorite and get a price home.
Well, I know we both are on board with the long shot in here. 7-2 right now off of that 6-1 morning line. Riding that 4-race win streak, only one of those was a favorite, and I think that speaks volume to this guy because sometimes people say, oh, well, he was a favorite, or you miss him at long odds, they come back as a favorite. This guy's just been consistent throughout those 4 starts.
Yeah, it's one of those things where I talked to Trader Scott Cox about long shot this week, and I asked him, I said, is it just a matter of him getting hot at the right time? And he did not race as a 5-year-old. He's only had 8 starts this year, came back from injury. They really didn't know what they were going to get, and now you've got a horse that's entering on a 4-race win streak after making a break back there in late June. They have a lot of confidence in this horse.
I did get to see this guy warm up, and he looked very nice out on the racetrack. And talk about a horse who loves to win. 19 wins lifetime from 47 starts, closing in on that $500,000 in earnings. Good post to work with. I think he's in a good spot in here. And 4-1 right now is a pretty nice price. Sugar Instead, she's one of the mares in here. She's coming off of maybe a lackluster performance in the Open down at Scioto Downs. Not a whole lot you're going to do from post 8 when you're taken back off the gate.
Yeah, it was a really tough effort, and, they needed a tightener to kind of get ready for this race. I think Virgil and the team knew that they were pointing towards this race, right? It's the 2024 Ohio Horse of the Year, made $541,000 last year. It's just shy of $50,000 this year. It's kind of had a soft year, Sugar Instead, but, you as a horse person would understand this. The growth from 2 to 3 is, you got to mature a lot. The growth from 3 to 4, you really have to grow because you have to face some of the older horses.
Well, that's the thing, too. When you're 4 coming out of those 3-year-old stakes where you're consistently facing 2-year-olds, consistently facing 3-year-olds, and then jumping up as a 4-year-old, you really do need that first part of that 4-year-old season to really mature and grow into the Open ranks there. She's closing in on $1 million lifetime. Another horse who loves to win. 24 wins from 39 lifetime starts. She's going to have to do it from post 9, which is a trailing position. Can be a bit tricky sometimes, but I feel like this field from top to bottom is just quality.
Yeah, it's just a quality field from head to toe of these 4-year-old and up Ohio Sire trotters. Jester, get ready to come on to the racetrack. You and I will come back here and talk a little bit more about the Tom Aldridge President's Trot here momentarily. Kenny Livingood has the post parade of race number 10.
Horses making their way to the track for the $100,000 Tom Aldridge President's Trot. It's for Ohio sired 4-year-olds and up invitational. The one Big Bucks Hanover, owned and trained by Larry Stahlbaum with the service of Luke Hanners, a 59-time winner. Two is Long Shot, former champion. Owned by Wayne Mass Jr. and Callum Racing, trained by Scott Cox with the services of Chris Lems on a 4-race win streak. 3, Rose Run Zoom. Tim Tetrick will do the driving for Corey Kreiser. Co-owns with Thunder Racing Stable, comes off a win here at Northfield in the Open. Has won 7 times this season with over $100,000 earned, the most of anybody in the field this year. The lone millionaire in the field. The 4, Refined, a 50-time winner with over $1.2 million in career earnings, is owned by the Joyce McClellan Stable and Larry Wills, trained by Virgil Morgan Jr., Dexter Dunn in the sulky. The 5 is Ferretti, owned by the David Rovine Stable and CT Stable, trained by Travis Alexander, Matt Kakali in the bike. 16-time winners, won 4 times this season with $87,000 banked in over $250,000 rather of lifetime earnings. An 11-time winner and 5-time this season, the Six Legacy Affair comes in off back-to-back open scores, owned by John Duke Sugg. Stephen Maas and Michael Lee, John Duke Sugg the conditioner, Justin Irvine has the drive. 7 Jurassic Hattie, owned by Jerry Welch, trimmed by Stacy Van Wiesen. Brett Miller in tow, just a 4-year-old that's made over $500,000 in her career. Number 8, Caviar Gold. Chris Beaver, Bill Maines, Leo Fleming, Steven Z. Hendelar all co-own. Aaron Merriman drives for Chris Beaver, a winner in the Open Trot a couple of weeks ago here at Northfield, has banked just shy of $700,000 of lifetime earnings for the homebred for Chris Beaver. And from the second tier, the 3-year-old trotting champion of Ohio, Sugar Ested, owned by Joyce McClellan Stables and Larry Wills, trained by Virgil Morgan Jr. Tyler Smith drives a near perfect season last year, 15 from 17. She's at $964,000 of lifetime earnings. And she goes from post 9, 1 of 2 for trainer Virgil Morgan Jr. Back over in race number 9. What a performance from Pet Project. Was supposed to get a second over spot there, but Fire Run goes on a run and has to do it all uncovered and went right into the teeth of I'll Bet Your Boots, and it didn't matter. He drew off with authority. Good performance for the Kimberly Daily Barn. As we go over here to race number 10, the Tom Aldrich President's Trot. I thought this was wide open, and you could pick every single one in here. I think they all have a shot. Ohio sired 4-year-old trotters. I'm landing on a 3, Rose Run Zoom, because he's the most accomplished, I think, of the local horses, and I'm hoping that maybe that's the angle that gets the job done here. A horse that won last week, has speed. You get Tetrick in the bike. He's been in good form, 7 of 24 for local trainer and leading trainer Corey Kreiser. I'm going to try Rose Run Zoom on top, hope for a price. For second to 5 for Ready. Second at Yonkers in an invitation on his most recent try. 16 of 75, 56-1 there. Gets Kakali back in the bike, who drove him at Pocono, 4 back to a 51-3 score. For third, I'm using the 4 Refine. She's just a classy horse, the only millionaire in the field. Won a couple of opens at Scioto. She quite hasn't been herself, maybe 4 of 10 with just 59,000 earned, but she just continues to pretty much race well each and every year, and you always have to respect the talent of the 9-year-old Refined. I'll go 3, 5, 4, 1. This kicks off this Stakes Pick 3, featuring the 3 headliners. Best of luck. Send it down to Michael Carter and Jess Otten standing by, taking a look further at the 10th.
We're going to dive deeper into the Tom Aldridge President's Trot. A little added extra, what's the word I'm looking for? Pressure with Mr. Tom Aldridge himself standing just to our right. Newly inducted into the Harness Racing Hall of Fame. So big congratulations to him and a big, well-deserved honor. But first and foremost, like he had mentioned, it's all about the horses. It's a wide open event here, a very competitive field of 9. We've talked about our top 2 choices. Now we're just going to kind of make our way through the field. So I'm just going to start with the horse that's going to start from the rail, Mike. Big Box Hanover, the Larry Stahlbaum trainee. He had a big upset last night at Hoosier Park. They don't call him the Bomber for nothing. He's coming in off of a win at the Open at Saratoga.
Yeah, Big Box Hanover gets the services of Luke Hanners here tonight, and it's coming off a win against Open Company out at Saratoga. Had to close from off the pace. I got to think that Larry Stahlbaum's horse here is going to try to leave from the inside. I don't think Luke is going to sit here in this race, and so, you know, you're getting a decent amount of value at 6-1 on the 1 Big Box Hanover as we take a look at the 4 Refined.
The lone millionaire in the field. That is the 4 Refine. The Virgil Morgan Jr. trainee gets Dexter Dunn back in the bike. I don't know what really went amiss last time out, Mike, at Scioto Downs. Had post 7, kind of floated on out of there, made her way to the front, had the front, and just come up a bit empty. I don't know what to make of that. She's taking a lot of action on the tote board, though, 8-5.
Yeah, you know, this one is really tough for me at 8-5. I was hoping for maybe a 2 or 3-1 on Refined, but Dexter got along well with this mare 2 starts ago. The daughter of Uncle Peter, you said the lone millionaire in the field, faced some really top talent back out at Scioto Downs. So Dexter's gotten along with this mare before. You know, maybe she just needs a fresh scenery. She's had some success over this MGM Northfield Park surface.
A homestay at Northfield. That's a 3 Rose Run Zoom coming off of a nice win last time out here in the Open. Park past the quarter, then led every step of the way. He's got to pick up the services of the Bionic Man, Tim Tetrick. He's in the bike. You're getting 12-1.
You know, if Tim Tetrick knew we were talking about him while he was on the backstretch, instead while he was up here, he might be all over us. But it's good to see Tim back here in the bike for trader Corey Kreiser. I talked to Corey a little bit last night about Rose Run Zoom, and he was very high on this gelding by Uncle Peter. You know, the one thing about it, you don't really know, what you're going to end up with here. And Rose Run Zoom is taking a little bit of money at 14-1, but you get the services of Tim Tetrick.
What just on the screen was Jurassic Hattie, Brett Miller, Stacy Van Heusen teaming up once again. A pretty sharp effort the last handful of starts. Post 7 here, the mares are well represented here this year.
I know somebody in the house who would be very happy if Brett Miller won this race. And it's not just Brett Miller, Stacy Van Heusen. This is a 4-year-old mare by Volstead, was second last time out. Against Open Company, took a pretty big step up in class. That non-winner's a 16,000 at Scioto Downs. It's pretty tough, so we'll see what Jurassic Hattie is. But Refined, just kind of chilling up here.
Yeah, she's just kind of taking it all in, taking in the crowd and everything else. They're nice, calm, cool, and collected. Travis Alexander's going to send in a few here, ship in a few at Northfield Park. The 5 Ferretti, 8-1 on the board off that 3-1 morning line, facing that Invitational Company at Yonkers. Gets over that half nice. I think he's got a good shot of winning in here.
Yeah, Matt has driven this gelding before, was second, but just beating a half a length to take all comers who you've seen over on the East Coast a little bit. And this is a really, really nice gelding that we have come to kind of see. In fact, Matt Kakele's on the board. And, it's one of these things where these horses are just calm, cool, and collected. You said it best. And when you see horses like number 5 Ferretti on the screen, who is just as relaxed as could be, it's got to give you some confidence.
Yeah, you don't want to have him too much on the muscle, but then again, you don't want to have him to sleep out there either. 6-1 on that one. We'll move one to his outside. That's another mare, Legacy Affair. She's coming off of back-to-back wins right here at Northfield Park and against the boys. Something I always love to see, Mike, is speeds at both ends of the mile. That's exactly what she had last time out from post 7.
I know somebody who's standing beside me who would be real happy if Legacy Affair won at 35-1. Justin Irvine picks up the drive. Justin drove soft shot in the Courageous Lady and was very, very, very good that night. He's done some really great things. And J. Duke Sugg has done some awesome things as well. This 4-year-old mare by Long Tom gets along very well with Justin. We won't ask you about, what you think of his drives or anything like that. But I got to tell you, Legacy Affair, a $30,000 Ohio Selected yearling purchase, has made over $285,000. They're going to the gate. Who knows? Future Hall of Famer Kenny Livingood standing by with a live call, the $100,000 Tom Aldrich President's Trot.
Appreciate the bullish words. $100,000 on the line, first of 3 $100,000 or more races. $300,000 Milstein coming up. Just 2 races away, we're at the $100,000 Tom Aldrich President's Trot. Field of 9 behind the gate. Big Box, Hanover, Luke Hanners, Long Shot, Chris Lems, Rose Run Zoom, Tim Tetrick, Refined, Dexter Dunn. Ferretti, Matt Kakele, Legacy Affair, Justin Irvine, Jurassic Hattie, Brett Miller, Caviar Gold, Aaron Merriman, and Sugar Ested. Tyler Smith will do the driving. Field of 9 on gate. Here they come. Off stride the 7, Jurassic Hattie at the start. It's a good beginning for Fioretti. Long shot down toward the inside and from the rail. Big Box Hanover protecting that as he wants to accelerate on through. Around the opening turn, Caviar Gold from the high draws heading forward for forward position. Roughed up 3 deep in the opening stages. Refine, the mare, is between rivals and racing 5th. From the second tier, Sugar instead came out 6th. Rose Run Zoom back toward the rear of the field in 7th in front of Legacy Affair. 10 back to Jurassic Hattie. They drive to the opening panel. They complete it in 27 1, and Ferretti moves to the front here for Kakeli. Big box Hanover defended the pole control perfectly to secure the pocket. Long shot close enough to the action with the 4-race win streak on the line, third. And ready to move to the outside is Refined, is out and moving. Here's the favorite at 7-5. Refined gonna push out Long Shot first up. So Long Shot comes first up at the leader Ferretti. Big box Hanover locked in the box. Caviar Gold got nice forward position in a 3-hole as Refined goes second over. Third over for Sugar instead. Fourth over Legacy Affair. Rose Run Zoom is pinned in a 4-hole. Eighth Jurassic Hattie ninth and last. 56-2 was the time for the half mile. 29-1 in quarter two. Ferretti leads the way. Long Shot on the outside. Big box Hanover. Great trip for Luke Henners. Slightly gapping off cover is Refined right now. She's still 3 behind. Caviar Gold pinned in. Sugar instead with excess cover in the flow. Legacy Affair matching strides with Rose Run Zoom. The trailer Jurassic Hattie to 3/4 they go. Ferretti clinging to a short lead. Long Shot on the outside. 3/4, 1:24-3. 28-1 in the third panel as Refined is ready to move 3 deep. Around the far turn, Ferretti still the target. Long Shot on the outside. Big box Hanover chomping at the bit. Needs a place to go. Sugar instead is fanning wide. Now 4 wide as Refined slides 3 wide. Caviar Gold trying to squeeze off the rail for Merriman. They turn for home. Ferretti trying to finish it up. Sugar instead cut loose down the center. Time run short though. It's Ferretti all the way. Ferretti wins. Big box Hanover was second. That's very tight for third. It's either Sugar instead or Rose Run Zoom. 154-2. Back to the winner's circle, the 5, Fioretti, owned by the David Rovine Stable and CT Stable, trained by Travis Alexander. The winning driver, Matt Kakeli. 6-year-old brown gelding by Creatine out of the credit winner mare, Ferrari of, remember the Diamond Creek Farms of Pennsylvania, 17th lifetime score and 5th this season for Fioretti. Making the trophy presentation to the winner is Tom Aldrich and his family. Making the presentation to the 5, Ferretti. We'll send it down to the winner's circle. Jess Otten standing by with winning driver Matt Kakali.
Thanks, Kenny. Freddie gets the job done here. Winning driver, Matt Kakali. Always nice to be back in the Midwest. First and foremost, let's talk about this guy. Nice trip tonight, but it's kind of been like warm. What's the word I'm looking for? Rounding back into shape.
Yeah, you know, a few starts ago at Pocono, he was like scary good. And then he was just so-so. He was not really on top of his game. I guess he was good last week at Yonkers. I didn't drive him, but you know, I'm a big fan of the horse. You know, Travis just got him off of Lorenzens, and they did a great job with him. And I drove a little bit, you know, drove him a little bit for them too. But I've always liked this horse.
Talk a little bit about the trip. It was a nice group of horses, first and foremost. You had the middle of the gate here. Just looked like he loves to do his job. Plenty of trot leaving the gate and plenty of trot coming home.
Yeah, he was very good. You know, it's been a really long time since I think he's been on the front. So I was a little worried about how, you know, how he would take it. But he just waited for him to get close, and he raced him. You know, he was super. Yeah, he's a nice horse.
Pressured throughout as well, so I thought that was game effort. And watching him out here warming up in the post parade, he just looks like a sweetheart. He's that way to drive.
Yeah, he is a sweetheart. He doesn't wear an overcheck. He's got a good attitude. He's always throwing his head around, but he's just feeling good. Yeah, he's a cool horse.
Another one coming up, Racing Rampage. You get the rail to work with this one. What can you tell us about this one?
You know, these Ohio people know him pretty well from when he raced here in the Sire Stakes. He's a nice horse. We got the rail. We're definitely going to be aggressive. You know, we'll see how it shakes out in the first turn.
Good job, and best of luck the rest of the way.
All right, thank you.
There you have it. Matt Kakali, Travis Alexander get the job done in the Tom Alders President's Trot with Ferretti.
Exacta $128, the trifecta $501.60. The pick 5. Check your tickets because it pays 4 of 5 for $246.80. We're rolling over $5,724 over to the card tomorrow night. The high 5, $1,025.74. Top down, big box. Hanover was second. Long Shot was eighth. Rose Run Zoom was fourth. Refined ninth. Ferretti the winner. Legacy Affair was home sixth. Jurassic Hattie fifth. Caviar Gold sixth. Dead Heat there for sixth. Chagrinstead third. 2-8-4-9. 1-6-5-6-3. We go to the 11th. $100,000. Myron Charna, President's Pace. It's 5 minutes away. Estimated pool on the pick 5 tomorrow night, $40,000. With that $5,724 carryover rolling over to tomorrow. They're on track for tonight's 11th race, the $100,000 Myron Charna President's Pace. One Racing Rampage, Matt Kakeli drives for Travis Alexander. Owners Darren Dowler and Lawrence Better. Two Paris's Dragon, Dan Noble driving for Christy Noble. Owners Dennis Owens and Norman Ray Racing. Dan Patch winner. Duncan is the 3. Tim Tetrick does the driving for Scott D. Domenico and Kimber Clegg. Four is Wicked Character, owned by the Winterwood Farms. Sullivan, Jackson, and Wilson, Ron Burke conditions. Ronnie Wren Jr. has the driving assignment of the 5-year-old. Todd McCarthy drives the 5 the real way for Randy Bendis, who co-owns with Pollock Racing. Six is Clever Cody, Aaron Merriman driving for Dr. Ian Moore and the Clever Cody stable. Seven is Quick Trick. Andy McCarthy driving for Jeff Conger, Cones with Knox Services. The 8 is Low Rider. Dexter Dunn in the bike for Walter Haynes Jr., owners Jeff Font Racing, Brian Carsey, and Adam Friedland. And the 9 is Racing Rebel. Burke Racing Stable, Weaver Buscemi, Chris Page, and Mike Paul is co-own. Ron Burke trains. Chris Page does the driving. Also wanted to announce our prize drawing winners. Anthony Acubi of Akron. Jody Scalacci of Macedonia. Bella Bissesi of Illyria. Jackie Bridges of Bedford. And Elizabeth Quarles of Garfield Heights. Anthony Acubi, Jody Scalacci, Bella Bissesi, Jackie Bridges, Elizabeth Quarles, head to the program stand. Back over in race 10, it was the Tom Aldrich President's Trot. Nice performance from Ferretti. Just got to the front, held them all off. Sugar Instead really got going late, but was third. As Ferretti picks up the victory, we go to the 11th. I'm going to the 9, Racing Rebel. This horse has been really strong down at Scioto in their opens. He's been beating some nice horses. He's 6 for 11, 14 lifetime wins on a 2-race win streak. I'll put him on top from the second tier. Over the 3, Duncan. He raced extremely well in the battle. All the way back on June 7th, he was third, beating a length in 3/4 in 49. Has a win in an open at Yonkers. Roughed up last week in his most recent start. And he was only beaten 3 lengths in the Garrity up at Saratoga. Comes back here, gets a good spot here from post 3. With speed to his inside, though, I'm not sure what the plan is going to be for Tetrick, so I left him underneath. And for third, the 1, Racing Rampage, down toward the inside. $172,000 won a season ago. 3 of 16 he most recently won at Pocono. Benefit of the rail, can Travis Alexander go back to back? I'm at 9-3-1-7. Michael Carter, Jess Otten, take a look at the 11th. Up next.
All right, thanks so much, Kenny. We're going to take a deeper look into the Myron Charna President's Pace. Myron and his son Mike and the whole crew is standing behind us getting ready to watch the 11th race here. A very nice group of pacers that you guys have conducted in the invitational part of this, Mike and Dave. We're going to go a couple of different ways in here. We'll start with your top choice and that is going to be Paris's Dragon, or excuse me, Duncan. That is your top choice in here. 2-1 right now. Back in the Midwest in Ohio, of course, an Ohio native, son of Pet Rock. Tim Tetrick is back in the bike.
Listen, I know you didn't like Uncle Nick's horse, but you didn't even want to talk about him. I mean, come on now. What are we doing here? But Duncan picks up the services of Tim Tetrick, gets first-time Lasix here for trader Scott D. Domenico. 5-year-old gelding by Pet Rock. Coming off a 6th-place effort against Open Company out at Yonkers Raceway, was 7th in the Garrity. Did participate in the Battle of Lake Erie back on June the 7th. Was 3rd, only beaten a length and 3/4. This will be a little bit softer of a field. What do you think?
It's definitely a tough group of horses. I don't think there's going to be anybody taking back off of the gate. You also like the one Racing Rampage. Heard a little bit from Matt Kakaley in the winner's circle there just a short while ago. Horse is sharp coming into the race, and he said he loves Ohio, so that's a cue here. He's 7-1 on the board.
Yeah, Travis Alexander going to try to double up here tonight after winning the Tom Aldrich President's Trot. It's good to see Matt Kakaley in the winner's circle. He has tried so hard to win some of our stakes races after doing so well with Champion Foiled again. And I can't talk too bad about him because he's crossing in front of us now. But Matt Kakaley getting a victory early. He's got a big smile on his face after that win.
You know how he gets victories just like Michigan does and against Ohio State. And I'm sure he heard that as well.
What is that, one every 20 years?
No, the last 4. All right, we'll roll on here into the President's Pace. Very competitive underneath. I actually really like the 9 Racing Rebel. Chris Page had a lot of good things to say about him. He's going to co-own and drive him. Post 9, he's as sharp as any horse right now.
Yeah, I would agree with that. The Burke trainee has been really, really sharp as of late. Does have 6 wins and 11 starts with a mark of 148-2. That was taken the last time out at Scioto Downs against Open Company. This is one of the really, really solid horses in the field, the 4-year-old horse by Racing Hill. It's 15 lifetime wins with $320,000 in the bank.
Christy Noble campaigns the 2. Paris's Dragon, another sharp horse coming into this race. Back-to-back wins. Post 2 tonight. 7-1 on the board. Lots of good things earlier as well from Dan Noble. He said he's feeling good coming into this race. He's got plenty of gate speed to get him involved early off of the wings, and a nice 7-1 price on him. I'm going to go 9-2-1-6. Mike's going to go 3-1-2-9. We'll send it up to Kenny Livingood. He'll have the call and final thoughts before race 11.
Starter call for the $100,000 Myron Charna President's Pace. Racing Rampage, Matt Kakeli. Paris's Dragon, Dan Noble. Duncan, Tim Tetrick. Wicked Character, Ronnie Wren Jr., The Real Way, Todd McCarthy. Clever Cody, Aaron Merriman. Quick Trick, Andrew McCarthy. Lowrider, Dexter Dunn, and from the second tier, Racing Rebel, Chris Page. 9 of them for the $100,000 Myron Charna President's Pace. They're on gate. Here they come. They're off and pacing in the Myron Charna President's Pace. Great start. Paris's Dragon, who heads out to the early lead. Racing Rampages down at the inside and joined by Duncan as he motors toward the front. From the second tier, Racing Rebel comes out fourth for Page and 5 off the leader. Wicked Character is next, then Clever Cody, who gets in front of the Real Way. At the back of the field are Quick Trick and Low Rider. Paris's Dragon takes no prisoners. Duncan, who wanted to leave, will settle up from a 3-hole, and they go past the opening panel in a sharp 26-3. Danny Noble and Paris's Dragon on the point, a length and a half to the good. Racing Rampage, the pocket sitter. Duncan is on hold for now. He's third at the cones. Racing Rebel is next. He's racing in fourth for Page, climbing all over the back of Tetrick and trying to push him off the rail, and he did just that at the 3/8 mark, so Duncan will have the tall task of coming first up at this leader, Paris's Dragon. Racing Rampage locked in. Duncan first over grind tonight. Second over is Racing Rebel. Good spot for Page. Third over comes Wicked Character. Saving ground the Real Way. Clever Cody excess cover. Then Quick Trick in the trailer. Low Rider the half. 55-3. 29-1/4-2. Paris's Dragon staying on the accelerator. Leading by 2. Turning away Duncan. Paris's Dragon is going for the money right now. 3/8 of a mile to go. Paris's Dragon with a 3-length lead. Racing Rampage inside of Duncan. Racing Rebel still with 5 to pick up. Will have to make a 3-wide move. The Real Way pinned in. No place to go. Wicked Character excess cover. 6 off the top. Clever Cody stacked up on the flow. Racing outside of Quick Trick. 3/4. 122-1. They are flat flying. Can they catch Paris's Dragon, who leads by 2? 3 wide. Racing Rebel comes alive. Racing Rampage between. And Duncan is at the inside. They turn for home. Paris's Dragon trying to get home. The lead 2.5. Down the center, Racing Rebel starting to cut into the margin with big strides, but time running short. What a drive by Dan Noble! Paris's Dragon just bottomed him out in 150-2. Racing Rebel second, Duncan third. Back to the winners are the 2, Paris's Dragon, owned by Dennis Owens and Norman Ray Racing. Christy Noble, the winning trainer. Dan Noble, a double on the racing card. 4-year big air by Fear the Dragon. Out of the Pet Rock mare, Lima Ulala, bred by Dennis Owens of Ohio. 15th lifetime win, 4th this season, and 3rd straight for Paris's Dragon. And for driver Dan Noble, that's his second Myron Charna President's Pace. And in the winner's circle is the 2 Paris's Dragon with the trophy presentation by Myron Charna and family. To the winner, Paris's Dragon in 150-2 with a 26-3 third quarter. Down in the winner's circle, Michael Carter standing by with winning driver Dan Noble.
Thanks so much, Kenny. Danny, I don't know what it is. These $100,000 invitational races, you guys seem to like winning them every once in a while.
Yeah, you know, we seem to have pretty good luck in them.
Now let's talk about Paris's Dragons. Coming off of a 2-race win streak, has now increased it to 3, has made just shy of $450,000 before tonight. That takes you over that mark. This has been a really, really nice horse for you guys.
Yeah, you know, he's been something special. In the beginning, actually, the dentist wanted to get rid of him, and I talked him into keeping him, and I thought the horse had a very good racing career ahead of him.
Now, it's been a family affair for you and Christy, and you guys have teamed up with some really nice horses. What's it like having that?
Right now, it's making our job easy. You know, we've been able to have owners to get nice horses and actually back the stable down to about 15, and it's really working.
Danny, congratulations. Go celebrate.
Thank you.
Kenny?
Congratulations, Dan Noble. Also won the $100,000 MGM Buckeye Distaff on Battle Night. Top Down Racing Rampage 6th, Paris's Dragon the winner, Duncan 3rd, Wicked Character 5th, The Real Way 7th, Clever Cody 8th, Quick Trick 4th, Lowrider 9th, Racing Rebel 2nd, 613, 578, 492. We flip to the headliner event, the $300,000 Carl Milstein Memorial. It's the 12th edition for $300,000. It's a field of 9. There are no changes. There's $10,000 estimated in this pick 4 pool. Don't forget this late pick 4 starting in the 12th race. And it's 11 minutes away. We've reached the main event of the evening, $300,000 Carl Milstein Memorial, the 12th annual. It's a Grade 2 event for 3-year-olds by invitation. The one, Primo Maschio. Trey Porter will do the driving for Kevin Lair and Forrest Bartlett. Trey, the youngest driver in the field, 24 years old. Primo Maschio is a 2-time Delaware Standard Bred Breed Fun champion. Number 2 is Prince Hal Hanover, the Adios winner at the Meadows. Home of the Prince Hal Hanover stable, trained by Dr. Ian Moore. Todd McCarthy will do the driving. Over $700,000 in career earnings for the son of Captain Treacherous. Crossed the wire first in the Meadowlands pace, but was placed second. Unraced as a 2-year-old, but as a 3-year-old is 8 for 15. It's the 3 odds-on Wildfire, owned and trained by Giovanni Hernandez. Tim Tetrick will do the driving. He is a son of 2019 Milstein champion Better's Wish. No one has finished in front of Smooth Dream as a 3-year-old. He's number 4, owned by the Bay Pond Racing Stables, CTC Stables, and KDP Stable. Trained by Noel Daly, Andy McCarthy will do the driving. 9 for 9 in his sophomore campaign, facing primarily New Jersey breds. A back-to-back winner of the New York Sire Stakes legs. Number 5 is Fast Choice. Ashley Bako owns, Jared Bako trains. Scott, the money man, Zeron in the bike. A narrow loss in the Adios by a head. He avenged it, winning the Ohio State Fair for $145,000 at Scioto. It's the 6 Swing Town. Will be driven by North America Cup winning driver Ronnie Wren Jr. for Ron Burke, Burke Racing Stable, Hatfield Stables, Knox Services, and RAS Racing. Perennial leading driver at Northfield Park and around the world is Aaron Merriman, driving the 7 Extra Suds for owner-trainer Virgil Morgan Jr. You can always spot this guy on the track as he has 3 white legs, a paint colt, son of Latherup, 3 for 8 this season. A son of 2018 Battle of Lake Erie champion, Bit of a Legend. Won the Ohio Breeders' Championship at 2, as well as dominating multiple legs of the Sire Stakes last season. Already 4 for 7 this season is the 8 Rick Wink. Chris Page will do the driving for Ron Burke, Burke Racing Stable, RAS Racing, Knox Services, J&T, Silva, Purnell, and Libby. And from the second tier, the MGM Grand Messenger winner, the 9 Twisted Destiny, and with the Let It Ride Stables, Allberg Racing and Vero Stables and Jesmeral Stables, trained by Chris Ryder. Dexter Dunn will drive. This one's another son of Better's Wish, the 2019 champion, and he was third, beating a neck in the Adios to Prince Hal Hanover and Swingtown. We've reached the main event, $300,000 on the line, a field that's comprised of 81 wins and over $3.3 million in earnings, a full field of 9. Caps off this middle pick 3. Don't forget the estimated pick 4 begins here for $10,000. I went to the 9 Twisted Destiny. I thought this horse was just roughed up in the Adios, parked basically the whole mile, got to the front, got caught late, but he still raced well in the last quarter, 26-4, 48-1. He's 6 for 8 this season. That was one of his only 2 losses. It was a tough beat there. Thought he raced extremely well from the second tier. He should be able to get a pretty good trip here for Dex. I think he won't be far away. Twisted Destiny, I think he can grind it out or just come with a second over type trip. I'm going to try him on top. Over the 6, Swingtown. I thought this was the horse that maybe could split the favorites here as Prince Al Hanover down toward the inside is one of the other favorites. Right now is the betting favorite. I'll use the 6, Swingtown in the mix. 3 of his last 4 have been victorious with a second beaten ahead in the Adios. And I just thought Ronnie Wren Jr. has been winning these big races, so I want to use him second. And for third, using the 2, Prince Al Hanover, the winner of the Adios. I thought he kind of got a little lucky there. He still raced well, but he got to the front and then sat the pocket and was able to save ground and then pull out late and pick up the victory. Although he did cross the wire first, the Meadowlands Pace was placed second, but I don't want to give this guy any slouch either. He's very talented. 9-6-2-4, best of luck in the 12th. Jess Ott and Michael Carter will take a deeper dive at the 12th Carl Milstein Memorial.
It's the one we all have been waiting for. It's the Grade 2 Carl Milstein Memorial, a nice field of 9. Invitational done by Dave Banconi, and a nice field that we have here. Mike, we're going to go top to bottom from this field. We'll start with the horse who gets to navigate through the rail. That's Primo Maggio, 46-1 on the board right now. And then Kevin Trey Porter, a top regular pilot on the East Coast. 7 wins from 9 starts so far this season, and let me tell you that 150-3 effort at Ocean Downs is no slouch.
Yeah, you got to think that this horse really has a big chance here tonight from the rail. You know, it's one thing to face some of the horses in Delaware. It's another to take on some of the Grand Circuit Company. But trainer Kevin Lair was very excited about Primo Maggio's chances. Trey Porter, clearly the biggest drive of his career, coming off of a victory in the Delaware Standardbred Breeders' Fund final in 153-1. Like you said, those miles at Ocean Downs are against some really tough company. We talked to Dave Bianconi earlier this week, and you know those miles are just absolutely huge. Primo Maggio at 42-1. Now, granted, you should get 42-1 on Primo Maggio coming in from Delaware, but who knows? This horse could really put Delaware on the map.
4-5 right now on the 2, the Adios champ, Prince Al Hanover. I love the way Todd McCarthy is scoring him down out on the racetrack right now. His ears are flipping back and forth. An aggressive score by him. Doc Moore always has his horses ready to go when he shows up to Northfield Park.
Yeah, Doc Moore has a great track record here at MGM Northfield Park. Prince Al Hanover crossed the wire first in the Meadowlands Pace, was placed second, came right back, won the Adios by a head over Swingtown and Twisted Destiny. The 3-year-old colt by Captain Treacherous with $718,000 in the bank. This is a speedy son of Captain Treacherous. And here's the thing. The question is going to become, is Primo Maggio leaving or is Prince Al Hanover going to be able to get around him? It's going to be interesting to find out.
T-Trick picks up the drive on odds on Wildfire. Post 3 for this one, 41-1 on the board right now. Hasn't faced open company or open stakes company, I guess you should say, unraced at the age of 2. This is a son of Better's Wish. Likes to win, 8 wins from 15 starts.
This was a horse that I think Dave Bianconi found at the last hour. This horse raced at your place, Meadowlands, in the very last race on Hambletonian Day. In race number, I believe it was 16 that afternoon. It was a very long afternoon, but he came up with a second place effort against 6-year-old and under horses in 148-1. Dexter Dunn drove that day. Tim Tetrick will drive here for Giovanni Hernandez. After not starting as a 2-year-old, has won 8 of 15 this year.
Smooth Dream, that's my top choice in here. He's 9-1 on the board right now, unbeaten at the age of 3, Mike. He opened up at like 18-1 and my jaw dropped and hit the cement. I just can't believe that this horse isn't taking any more money. Maybe because Toddy's driving Prince Al Hanover. Andrew McCarthy's going to take over the lines here. The thing I love about this horse is he has the grit, the will, and the want to win.
Yeah, trainer Noel Daly said he could fight, but we don't know what exactly he has yet because he hasn't faced some of the top-tier talent. He's a perfect 9 for 9. It's hard to argue with perfection. Andy McCarthy gets the drive of the 3-year-old gelding by Cattle Wash. And I got to tell you, this is a very, very nice gelding. Noel Daly seemed to think that he had a shot here, so we'll see what Smooth Dream can produce, and he looks very good on the racetrack.
Yeah, Andy was scoring him down quite aggressively, so I would assume he would be forwardly placed off of the gate. Fast choice, post 5 for Scott Zeron, Jared Bago. Last time these two teamed up, they were third in that North America Cup behind Blueprint and Madden Oaks. He's coming off a back-to-back second-place finishes in the New York Sire Stakes action. He's 11-1 on the board.
Yeah, you know, Fast Choice, what a story this would be. We talked a little bit about the Jared Bako tradie. Chipped a bone at 2 years old, rehabbed in their backyard. What a really nice horse this is.
Swingtown, post 6, 1 of 2 Ron Berg trainees in here. The Adios elimination winner, second in the Adios final. You're going to get a good price on him, 5-1.
Yeah, was a winner of the Ohio State Fair, was really, really good in the Adios final. Had to close for off the pace with Ronnie Wren Jr., kind of got stacked up there, and you're getting a good price at 5-1.
Extra suds, post 7 for Virgil Morgan. Aaron Merriman coming off of 2 good efforts down at Scioto Downs. 44-1 on the board.
Yeah, an Ohio Sire Stakes winner, $122,000 last year. 3-year-old colt by Lather Up.
Rick Wink, post 8, the other Ron Burke trainee in here. He's closing out on $500,000, earning lifetime. He's going to have to be forwardly placed from post 8.
Yeah, post 8's going to be really tough for Rick Wink. And the 9, Twisted Destiny, the Chris Ryder trainee, was really big in the Adios.
Yes, he was, and he's going to have to navigate that post 9 trailing position. He's got 6 wins from 8 starts so far this season. Grade 2, Carl Milstein Memorial is at the gate. Kenny Livingood will have your call. Good luck.
From the rail out, Primo Maschio, Trey Porter, Prince Al Hanover, Todd McCarthy, odds on Wildfire, Tim Tetrick, Smooth Dream, Andy McCarthy, Fast Choice, Scott Zeron, Swingtown, Ronnie Wren Jr., Extra Suds, Aaron Merriman, Rick Wink, Chris Page. He's galloping behind the gate, and the 9 is Twisted Destiny, Dexter Dunn. They're on gate for the 12th annual Carl Milstein Memorial. Often pacing in the Milstein. Swingtown trying to leave. Prince Al Hanover toward the inside. Smooth Dream was between them. Primo Maschio from the rail comes out racing in 4th. Twisted Destiny so far is an unhurried 5th from the 2nd tier. Fast Choice leaves up into 6th. Odds on Wildfire is 7th. Extra Suds parked out 8th and driving, and the distant trailer after the slow start was Rick Wink. They travel to the opening panel, and Swingtown has his mind on business early on. He puts him on the front here, does Ronnie Wren Jr., as they go past a blazing 25-4. They were geared up to go with $300,000 on the line, but here's the Adios winner, Prince Al Hanover, moving to the front right now, and Smooth Dream is out and moving as Primo Maschio flushed him out. Now Trey Porter opts to go back inside as they come down to the halfway point with Prince Al Hanover on the engine. Swingtown locked in off the aggressive steer by Wren. Smooth Dream works uncovered. He's 2nd right now. Twisted Destiny couldn't be spotted any better for Dex. 2nd over, only 3 lengths behind is that MGM Grand Messenger winner. Primo Maschio is down at the inside, racing in 5th and 4 lengths off the leader. Fast Choice 3rd over, excess cover for the money man Zeron. Extra Suds. Then comes odds on Wildfire, less than 3/8 to go. The half was a demanding 54-3 as they enter the backstretch of the 12th Carl Milstein Memorial, and Prince Al Hanover continues to lead the way by 3 parts of a length. Smooth Dream continues to pour it on the outside. Swingtown locked in. Twisted Destiny will need a 3-wide move. Only 3 off the leader in its striking position. Fast Choice outside of Primo Maschio. Extra Suds bottled up toward the rear of the field. Inside odds on Wildfire. Around the far turn they go. Twisted Destiny comes alive once again, and we're setting up for the Adios rematch one more time. Prince Al Hanover turns first. Twisted Destiny off cover down the center. Swingtown up the inside. Prince Al Hanover will repeat. He does it again. Twisted Destiny couldn't catch him. He was 2nd. Smooth Dream 3rd. Swingtown 4th. 150-1. 2964. Back into the winner's circle, the 2, Prince Hal Hanover. And with the Prince Hal Hanover stable, trained by Ian Moore, Todd McCarthy, the winning drive. 3-year-old bay colt by Captain Treacherous out of the Shadow Playmare. Percy Blue Chip, remember the Hanover Shoe Farms of Pennsylvania, 6th lifetime win, 4th this season. The Adios winner, the Milstein winner, Prince Hal Hanover, 150-1. The result is official, 2-9-6-4. Send it down to the winner's circle. Jess Otten has the winning connections of Prince Hal Hanover.
Prince Hal Hanover takes the Carl Milstein Memorial. I have winning trainer Doc Ian Moore, and we'll bring in winning driver Todd McCarthy here in just a second. Doc, this colt has been just really sharp all season long.
Yeah, and he's getting better as the season goes along now as well. He was pretty aggressive on me warming up tonight, and he trained super good on Wednesday. The 2-week rotation, I mentioned that before, I like that with him, but if all is well on Monday, we'll be going to Pocono next week, I think, with him.
Speaking of aggression, I watched Toddy score him down a bit. He looked nice out on the racetrack. What's his attitude like in the barn?
Oh, he's a really nice horse to be around, and he rarely gets aggressive. Like, we don't wear plugs in him, and he can sit in the hole, go to the front, whatever you like. So he's been a pleasure to be with, that's for sure, and we've enjoyed every minute of it.
What were your thoughts when those fractions popped up?
Well, that first quarter, I didn't like that too much, and the retake wasn't that easy either. Had to work a little bit to get that, but then Todd did get a bit of a breather coming to the half here, and he got, it wasn't too bad 3 quarters either. The head of the stretch, it might be a little closer, but he took off, so that was great.
Nice job.
Thanks very much, appreciate it.
We'll bring in winning driver Todd McCarthy. I'll ask you the same thing, Toddy. What was going through your head when that first fraction popped up, and what made you want to remove?
I kind of didn't want to turn into a speed duel early. We got out of there good enough to try and hold a forward position, and then it was just sort of a situation where we were trying to figure out who was going to settle where. So I was pretty keen to get running around me there and remove, and I was just hoping I wasn't going to have to do too much to get back around. But we got it pretty cheap there, middle half, and it kind of worked out. And full credit to the doc, he just had the horse spot on tonight. When I asked him at the top of the stretch there, he just took right off. It was a real thrill to drive.
Now, you've been the regular pilot on Smooth Dream. We know he's been unbeaten coming into tonight. Obviously, you sat behind Prince Hal tonight. He was first over for a long time. What were your thoughts being pressured throughout?
Yeah, he's a really classy horse, and he obviously showed that there in his run tonight. He sustained a big trip there. Just sitting outside him on this sort of track there, I figured he was going to have to be pretty good to get past Prince Hal tonight. But no, he raced huge, and he definitely had me there a little worried by the half.
Doc said he's been getting a little aggressive. I watched you score him down. I thought he scored down nicely. His ears were every which way, just kind of taking it all in.
Yeah, he's a really interesting horse. He's quite smart. You can start him up and he'll go for as long as you want, and then when you kind of talk to him, he comes right back to you. So that's a massive attribute for him, and being able to score him there in the first turn and get a good feel for him gives me a lot of confidence leaving out of there and knowing how far we can push him.
You sat behind him a couple times at the age of 2, now 3. He looks like a strong horse. What's been his biggest attribute and maybe, the transition into the 3-year-old year?
Hard to say that. I mean, one of his biggest attributes, I think, is his gate speed. And he's obviously very versatile. We won off a helmet there in the Adios, and but being able to do it both ways, and his size and his strength and speed, it's just a great combination. And like I said, a real thrill to drive.
Nice job.
Thanks, Jess. I appreciate it.
There you have it. Prince Hal Hanover, Dr. Ian Moore, Todd McCarthy. They take the Carl Milstein Memorial Grade 2.
Results are official. The exacta $10. Trifecta $28.80. Pick 3 $193.40. The pick 4 $814.70. Superfecta $10 even. The Adios 1, 2, 3. Come back and go 1, 2, 3 again. Prince Hal Hanover in 150 and 1. Top down, Primo Maschio 6th, Prince Hal Hanover 1st, Odds on Wildfire 7th, Smooth Dream 4th, Fast Choice 5th, Swingtown 3rd, Extra Suds 8th, Rick Wink 9th, Twisted Destiny 2nd, 617, 453, 892 on the bottom. Flip over to race number 13. Dexter Dunn drives the 3. She's One Bad Mama, 1 minute. Out to the track for tonight's 13th race. 1 is Vendetta Blue Chip. Chris Page drives for owner-trainer Craig Stein. 2, Can't Catch Kenzie. Kurt Sugg drives for Jessica Milner. Cones with Andrew Copeland and John Pasinich. 3, She's One Bad Mama. Dexter Dunn driving for Jason Brewer and Tanya Nichols. 4 is Hurricane Miss Rodine. John Sioka Jr. drives and trains for Room 4040 Stables. 5, Joyful Lady. Dan Noble aboard for David Lake and Michael Koger. 6, Think of Galaxies. Aaron Merriman drives for Corey Kreiser. Amir Nader and Thunder Racing Stables, the owners. 7, Indiana's Quest. Ronnie Wren Jr. driving for Ron Burke. Burke Racing and Weaver Buscemi. The 8's Face the Shadows. Trevor Smith drives for Paul O'Neill and Jessica Rogner. And the 9, Even in Stars Rhapsody. Keith Cash Jr. drives and trains for Lemoore Stable. And back over in race number 12, had the right 3 horses, just the wrong order. The Adios top 3 come back, and they just prove they are the real deals as 3-year-olds. We go over here to race number 13, a 20-cent super high 5 possibility, and there is a $10,000 estimated pool in here. Don't forget that. In this 20-cent super high 5, I went to the 5, Joyful Lady. So horse that's getting Dan Noble for the first time. I like the driver change, and I'm hoping he can wake her back up a little bit because she has races 4 and 5 back that are fast, 53 and 3. Those are both in June, though, and then she had raced in hours of 8,000, then got squeezed up into the Open, and then maybe that just took a toll on her. But she came back off a 3-week break, was beaten 7 lengths. Now I think second start back in with the service of Dan Noble, and she draws inside of Think of Galaxies here. Thought maybe she could push forward and be a little bit forwardly placed. I'll try her on top. Should be a square price here getting Danny for the first time. For second, I'll use the 1, Vendetta Blue Chip. Thought she could protect the rail. Back-to-back scores. 3 of her last 4 have been good, and Craig Stein already has a win on the card. So the barn's sharp tonight. This horse is razor sharp coming into it. And for third, the 6, Think of Galaxies. This is the one to beat. She's taking a pretty big class drop. I think she's capable of winning the Opens here. She drops down to now of 6,500 most recently and was beaten at 3 to 5, but she did a lot of dirty work up on the rim. Now it's her third start back rather, and you get Merriman in the bike and a slight class drop. 5-1, 6-8 for me in the 13th. Best of luck. Behind the gate for the 13th. Often pacing, good start for Joyful Lady, who's blasting off. Vendetta Blue Chip down toward the inside, accelerating on through as it looks like Noble wants to drop in behind that one. And Think of Galaxies, the favorite, will push forward for Merriman. Even in Stars Rhapsody from the second tier is fourth. Can't Catch Kenzie fifth. She's One Bad Mama is sixth. Hurricane Miss Rodine is seventh. Indiana's Quest and Face the Shadows are eighth and ninth. They go to the quarter. Think of Galaxies moves to the lead here for Merriman. Vendetta Blue Chip second. The opening quarter quick, 26-3. Joyful Lady is third, only 3.5 lengths behind. Even in Stars Rhapsody is fourth. Can't Catch Kenzie fifth. She's One Bad Mama is sixth and ready to slide off the rail with 5/8 to go. Then Hurricane Miss Rodine. Indiana's Quest and Face the Shadows at the back as Think of Galaxies leads the way to the half. Vendetta Blue Chip, perfect trip at the inside for Page. Joyful Lady is third. Give it a nudge there to keep up as they go past the half in 55-1. Even in Stars Rhapsody, slightly gapped in fourth. Uncovered, She's One Bad Mama is fifth. 8 lengths behind. Can't Catch Kenzie is next. Then Hurricane Miss Rodine, inside of Indiana's Quest. Face the Shadows is trailed throughout. They go to the backside of the course. Think of Galaxies leads. Vendetta Blue Chip has been patient and just poised to strike there from the pocket, and Page looks like he has a handful as Merriman's working hard on Think of Galaxies. Joyful Lady still with the top duo, only 3 off the leader, 6 better than even in Stars Rhapsody, and She's One Bad Mama, 3/4, 123-2. They swing into the far turn, and here's Vendetta Blue Chip out of the 2-hole now to come and get Think of Galaxies. These two go 3 better than Joyful Lady, who's got 5 on She's One Bad Mama, who's fourth. 1/8 of a mile left to go. Think of Galaxy's short lead. Vendetta Blue Chip on the outside still needs to make up a length. Think of Galaxies is digging in and repelling the challenge of Vendetta Blue Chip. Think of Galaxies wins. Vendetta Blue Chip second. Joyful Lady is third. She's One Bad Mama's fourth. Indiana's Quest for the high five. 154. Time of the mile. Six 1-5-3-7 unofficial. To the winner's circle, the 6th, Think of Galaxies, owned by Amir Najer and Thunder Racing Stable, trained by Corey Greiser. Aaron Merriman, the winning drive. 7-year-old bay mare by So Surreal out of the Western Ideal mare, Lightning D. Dubé, bred by Peter Kleinhans of New Jersey, 28th lifetime win, 7th this season, 154, time of the mile. Exacta 780, trifecta 3460. Pick 6 pays 5 of 6 for $17.80. The carryover $1,435 tomorrow's card. High 5 $77.74. Top Down Vendetta Blue Chip second. Can't Catch Kenzie seventh. She's One Bad Mama was fourth. Hurricane Mistrodine eighth. Joyful Lady third. Think of Galaxy's the winner. Indiana's Quest 5th, Face the Shadow 6th, Evening Stars Rhapsody 9th, 274, 831, 569. Flip over to race number 14, 3rd Division Ohio Sire Stakes. The stakes action doesn't stop. 50,000 on the line. On track for the 14th race, 3rd Division Ohio Sire Stakes. 1, Catch My Dragon. Trevor Smith drives for Jeff Smith and John Van Horn. Mike Micallef drives and trains for Bet the House LL. Driving for Ron Burke. 6, Thunder Jam. Mike Wilder drives. Joe Lucas trains and co-owns with At the Wire Farms. And the 7, Odds On Sugar, owned by the Odds On Racing, Sugar Valley Farms, Virgil Morgan Jr. and Operation Horsepower. Dexter Dunn driving for Virgil Morgan Jr. Back over in the 13th race, it's the favorite Think of Galaxy. She just showed her back class and digs in to win as we go over here to the 14th race. I'm going to the 3, Caillou Hanover. This is a horse that Dan Noble did the driving twice. After this, they put the 10,000 up to put this horse in the next generation. Only was beaten a length and a quarter and then broke twice behind the gate. But I think Dan Noble figured this guy out in the State Fair race from Post 8. He kept him pacing behind the wings and he flew late to a 3rd place finish. Now I think with a good post, if he can stay flat behind the gate, so hold your breath early. But if he does, I think Caillou Hanover is the one to beat. Second, I'm using the 4, When Is Parade for the Burke Barn. Does have a break here at Northfield, but still came on to finish 3rd, and then was most recently 3rd in the State Fair. 3 tries for the son of Summa Cum Laude. He's done nothing wrong. Was a winner at first asking. For 3rd, the 7, Odds On Sugar. Has post 7 to overcome. Broke and still finished 2nd in the State Fair, and was a Buckeye winner from post 9 2 back. 3, 4, 7, 2. Best of luck. Ohio Sire Stakes behind the gate for the 14th, $50,000 third leg, third division, field of 7, non-gate. Here they come. They're off and they're pacing. There goes Thunder Jam out looking for the lead. When is Parade between? Catch My Dragon down toward the inside. Odds on Sugar floating out from the high drop into an early fourth. Spanky McGee came out racing fifth. Caillou Hanover is second last, only in front of Back 9 Bar. They sort themselves out and drive to the opening panel. Thunder Jam dismissed at 14-1 leads the way. When is Parade? Pocketed up here for Page. A length and 3/4 better than Catch My Dragon third. Odds on Sugar is fourth. The opening quarter, 27-3. Spanky McGee is third last. Caillou Hanover is second last. Back 9 Bar can see them all. Around the far turn for the first time. 9 lengths separate the group of 7 freshman Colton Gelding Pacers with 5/8 to go. Thunder Jam and Mike Wilder on the engine. When is Parade is second. Catch My Dragon third. They got a little clogged up in the backfield as Odds on Sugar is moving to the outside. Spanky McGee is as well, so that leaves Caillou Hanover third over. And Back 9 Bar improves position, saving ground the half, 56-4. 29-1 in quarter two as they start to double tier. Thunder Jam leads. When is Parade locked in the box? Odds on Sugar first over grind for Dunn. Catch My Dragon pinned in a 3-hole, no place to go. Odds on Sugar right now just spinning his wheels a touch. On his back is Spanky McGee as they enter the back stretch. Caillou Hanover third over, then Back 9 Bar. Now Odds on Sugar a bit better on the straightaway as he tries to go get Thunder Jam. Thunder Jam the leader. Odds on Sugar at his wheel. Locked in. When is Parade? 3 wide from the back goes Caillou Hanover. He's outside of Spanky McGee. Catch My Dragon at the inside. The trailer's been Back 9 Bar throughout. They're into the final turn. Thunder Jam in a bid to make all, and he's turning away Odds on Sugar. When is Parade moving through at the inside? Spanky McGee is next. Even wider goes Caillou Hanover. They turn for home. Diving to the inside is When is Parade as he tries to come get Thunder Jam. When is Parade up the inside? Thunder Jam digs, but he's lost the lead to When is Parade and Chris Page. Thunder Jam, Odds on Sugar, and Catch My Dragon, 153-2. Four, 6, 7, 1 unofficial. Returning back here to the winner's circle, the 4 win is Parade. Chris Page picks up another win on the card. It's a grand slam for Chris. Burke Racing Stable, Uber Buscemi, Yannick and Kalora, the owners. Ron Burke trains 2-year-old Big Colt by Summa Cum Laude out of the Sweet Lou Mare. West End Pip by Burke Racing, Uber Buscemi, and Yannick of Pennsylvania. Second lifetime win for this 2-year-old for the homebred. When is Parade? 153-2. Exacta $95.80, trifecta $497.40, superfecta $200.94. On track for the 15th to wrap up the stakes action on the 12th annual Carl Milstein Memorial Night. It's the 3-year-old trotting fillies for 65 grand, and the one is Mega Money. Aaron Merriman drives for Chris Beaver. Goins with Patricia Stables, LA Express Stable, and Shablam Racing. 2 Dream Something, Julianne Sweet and Miles Wollum team up. Miles Wollum trains Tyler Smith aboard. 3 Brink Street, Ronnie Wren Jr. driving for the Burke Racing Stable, Hatfield Stables, Weaver Buscemi, and Knox Services, Ron Burke Conditions. 4 Rose Run Allison, Burke Racing, Hatfield Stables, Knox Services, and Beastie co-own. Chris Page drives for Ron Burke. The 5 Strawberry Hill, Austin Henners drives for Brett Ader, co-owns with Ader, Lane, and Urig. 6 is R Maggie, Chris Lemons for the M&L of Delaware and trainer Sam Scalacci. And Braden Rhodes drives the 7 Youthful Kemp for Bill Rhodes and Robert Beachy. Back over in race number 14, tough beat for Thunder Jam, who got to the front, showed a new dimension, but ultimately it was When Is Parade for the Burke Barn. As we go over to the 15th, I had a tough time with this race deciding who I liked between the inside horses, so I just lined it up with 1, 2, 3, 4 because the one Mega Money has the post edge, had to come first up, and he was a winner 2-back, or she was a winner 2-back rather, and won a Sire Stakes leg at Scioto. Thought that getting back to Northfield was the one maybe concerning part. I guess you could play against her. She did break here back on Battle Night, so Mega Money, but she stayed flat at Delaware. She's been better the last few starts. You get Merriman from the inside. I'm going to put her on tap just with the post edge over the 2 Dream Something, third in the Sire or State Fair, beaten half a length and was second in the Sire Stakes. She was off a month going into that State Fair race. I think she'll be sharper tonight, and this one could just line up 1, 2 for Thoroughly. Use the 3 Brink Street and the 4 Rose Run Allison, both Burke horses. I don't want to throw them out. 1, 2, 3, 4. Best of luck. Behind the gate. Field of 7 for the $65,000 Ohio Sire Stakes. On gate. Off and trotting, Mega Money from the inside gets the first call. There goes Dreams Something as Rose Run Ellison pushes forward. She'll get in front of her barnmate Brink Street early on as they head around the opening turn. Our Maggie will take behind Strawberry Hill with Youthful Kemp setting up residence at the back of the field. They go to the opening panel with Mega Money, using that pole control at 4-5, leading the charge. Dream Something, the pocket sitter, they lined up quickly. Rose Run Allison trotting from third, in front of Brink Streak fourth. The opening quarter, not that quick, 28-2. Strawberry Hill is next. Our Maggie is second last, and Youthful Kemp can see them all around the far turn in single file alignment. It's the favorite Mega Money showing the way from Dream Something. These favorites go 1, 2 through 3/8 of a mile off stride. Our Maggie in the backfield. Our Maggie jumped it off from sixth. Meanwhile, Mega Money leads. Dream Something, perfect two-hole ride for Tyler Smith. Third, Rose Run Allison with Brink Street. The barnmates are third and fourth. Back in fifth is Strawberry Hill. Gapped out sixth, Youthful Kemp. The trailer, Our Maggie, 58-1. Mega Money's had everything her own way. No real excuse from here. Leading a length and a quarter to pocket sitting. Dream Something second. Rose Run Allison third. Still 3 off the top for Page in front of Wren and Brink Street fourth. Strawberry Hill fifth. 3/8 to go. Mega Money's been there every step of the way. Perfect trip. Dream Something. She's patient right now second. Trotting next and following in line third. Rose Run Allison, then Brink Streak and Strawberry Hill. They're off 3 quarters and 1, 27-3. Back into the far turn. Mega Money in a bid to make all. Here's Dream Something out of the 2-hole right now, and she comes to get Mega Money, and she takes over the lead around the far turn. Rose Run Allison is third. Brink Street trying to rev it up from the back. She's starting to get involved with a nice move. 1/8 of a mile left to go. Dream Something takes over from Mega Money. The one finishing up is Brink Street. She's fanning to the wide side with 3 to come. Dream Something almost home. Brink Street on the outside running out of time. Dream Something in front. Brink Street's up second. Mega Money third. Rose Run Allison fourth. 156-2. Two, 3, 1, 4 unofficial. Back to the winner's circle of 2, Dream Something, owned by Julianne Sweet and owner-trainer Miles Wollum. Tyler Smith, the winning drive. 3-year-old bay filly by Uncle Peter out of the Glide Master mare, Travelin' Dream, bred by Beaver Carter of Florida, and McLaughlin of Ohio, 8th lifetime win, 3rd this season, 156-2, 2-3-1-4 unofficial. Exacta 38.20, trifecta 72.20, pick four $90.10, the superfecta $16.82. Top Down Mega Money third, Dream Something the winner, Brink Street second, Rose Run Allison fourth, Strawberry Hill fifth, Our Maggie sixth, Youthful Kemp seventh, 3-1-2-4, 5-6-7. Go to the finale. Scratch the 8, Windy Cindy, 1 minute. On track for the finale, one Cruiser canceled, owned by Ryan Deaton, trained and driven by John Sioka Jr. Two Bad Girls Racing, Gail Potter the owner, Chris Page driving for Ron Potter. 3 Go Go Lila Jane, Aaron Merriman drives for Gerald Milady and John Turgliato. The 4 Vel Little Blister, owned by the AAR stable, Austin Hanners drives for Nathan Alexander. Thestable.ca on the 5, Foxy Seaside. Anthony McDonald driving for Jason McGinnis. 6, there she is again. Ronnie Wren Jr. in the sulky for owner-trainer Sean Mayu. 7 Sisters is the 7. Chris Slums drives for Scott Cox. Wayne Mass Jr. Eden Acres Farmstead. Scratch the 8 and the 9 is Applesauce. Keith Cash Jr. drives for owner-trainer Mark Koneski. Back over in the 15th race, my second choice, Dream Something, picks up the victory. We go here to the finale. I'm looking for John Sioka Jr. to get us out here on this Saturday night. This is a horse that's been sharp since he took over the training, was third, 3 back from the second tier at 3 to 5. Then she was placed first in a non-winners of 7 while doing a bunch of work on the front, 24 and 4 3/4, so she was really going. Did get caught late, but she ended up getting placed first. And then last week was out at multiple calls, had to make 2 moves, ended up finishing third there at 6 to 5, and I think this one from the rail just gets a good spot. Maybe she can just fire to the front, hoping that Sioka's aggressive, which usually is in spots like this, and looking to take this field all the way. So for second, I'll use the 7 Sisters. She's done nothing wrong. She's won 2 non-winners of 2s, a non-winners of 4, and was third in a non-winners of 4 most recently. Had to come from well off the pace. She'll probably have to do that here, but if things heat up with the aggressive steer, I think coming from the rail, 7 Sisters could get a piece of it late. I'll use her underneath him for third to 3. Go Lila Jane. When Merriman drives, this horse is usually geared up to go. She's had the second here the last 2 weeks. She finally gets the start on the wings. I'm at 1735. Best of luck. Philly and Mare Pacers to wrap up the Saturday card. Head behind the gate. We thank everyone that watched, wagered, and supported and enjoyed all the racing action tonight on our Carl Milstein Memorial card. Live racing will resume tomorrow. Don't forget the Pick 5 carryover. $40,000 estimated pool with over $5,000 of carryover money, so the wagering opportunities just roll right to Sunday. They're on gate for the finale. Here they come. They're off and they're pacing. Go Lila Jane showing good speed with Bad Girls Racing, and Foxy Seaside put into play off the wing. She's going forward. Cruiser Canceled is fourth early on from the second tier. Applesauce fifth. Vel Little Blister came out racing in sixth. There she is again, and Seven Sisters are seventh and eighth, entering the backstretch and driving to the opening panel. Go Lila Jane takes over. Foxy Seaside drives on as these two mix it up through the opening stages. In the opening quarter, a dazzling 27 flat. Foxy Seaside to the top. Go Lila Jane second. Bad Girls Racing third. Cruiser Canceled is in line fourth for Sioka in front of Applesauce from fifth. Vel Little Blister occupies the sixth spot. There she is again, underway seventh. And the trailer is Seven Sisters. Down in front of the stands they come behind Foxy Seaside. Foxy Seaside leads the way for AMAC. Go Lila Jane locked in. First over, Bad Girls Racing nudged along. Cruiser Canceled tries to keep up with her. Second over, 4 off the leader. The half 56 and 3. Cruiser Canceled right now is 2 lengths gapped off of the cover as they bend back around the clubhouse turn. Applesauce is next. Then Vel Little Blister inside of there she is again. Seven Sisters the trailer. 3/8 of a mile to go. Foxy Seaside to catch the lead a length. Bad Girls Racing's been out a long way. She's been used up, but she's progressing forward, and now she's taking over. Bad Girls Racing and Chris Page to the top. Foxy Seaside back to second. Go Lila Jane is third. Cruiser Canceled fourth, spinning her wheels after a 27 and 4 third panel sprint from Bad Girls Racing into the far turn. Foxy Seaside is right on the back of Chris Page. I'm not sure if she's done yet. She looks like she just got blitzed in the third panel, but might have something left as Go Lila Jane angles wide. They turn for home. Bad Girls Racing trying to finish it up. Foxy Seaside trying to dive back through at the inside. She's gaining, but ever so slightly. Bad Girls Racing almost home. Bad Girls Racing wins. It was a valiant try from Foxy Seaside, who was second. It's tight third. Either Go Lila Jane or Vel Little Blister, 154 and 2. And the winners are the two Bad Girls Racing. Chris Page wraps up a 5-win night for trainer Ron Potter and owner Gail Potter. 4-year-old bay mare by Racing Hill out of the All-American Native Mare Bad Girls Club. For the Spring Haven Farms of Ohio, 7th lifetime score, first this season, 154 and 2/5. She's now over $100,000 of career earnings. official. Exacta 23.40, trifecta $85. Late double $20.80. That winning combination 2 and 2. The pick 3 $112.70, and the superfecta 46.48. Top Down Cruiser canceled 5th. Bad Girls Racing was the race winner. Gogo Lila Jane 3rd. Vel Little Blister 4th. Foxy Seaside 2nd. There she is again 6th. Seven Sisters 8th. Scratch Windy Cindy Applesauce 7th. 513 426 8 Scratch 7. That concludes live racing tonight. I'm track announcer Kenny Livingood. We hope you enjoyed your evening here from MGM Northfield Park, and we'll see you back tomorrow night.